Setup.
I'm Doug Brown. Second round at the Masters. Coverage continuing right now on ESPN and the ESPN app. Justin Rose is the leader at 8 under, one shot ahead of Bryson DeChambeau, who shot a 68 today. Rory McIlroy, Corey Connors, and Scottie Scheffler all at 6 under, just 2 shots back. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Browns are adding veteran quarterback Joe Flacco, 1 year, $4 million. Deshaun Watson could miss the season while he recovers from a torn right Achilles. Watson says when he does come back, he'll be better than ever.
I'm prepared, and I think before I wasn't prepared because, I was kind of going with the flow of how the world was seeing me. But, when you kind of get knocked down to the ground and you got to stand back up and walk through the rain, that brings out another fire, another challenge, another grit that you have.
Deshaun Watson today on Instagram. ESPN's DJ Bieniemy reports the Texans will sign safety Jalen Petrie to a 3-year, $39 million contract extension, $30 million guaranteed.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday. We have a packed sports weekend, and I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Matt Moscona.
I'm very important.
After Further Review.
Say it one more time.
After Further Review with Matt Moscona.
And here we go.
Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studio.
Let's rock! Go!
And off we go. Welcome aboard. Glad you're with us. It's AFR, presented by and live from Don Juan Cigar Bar. Thrilled to have you aboard with us here, and we got a ton to do. We are on site today because we're having an awesome pre-LSU spring game, which is now just an open spring practice party. Networking event here at Don Juan Cigar Bar. Former Tiger great Russell Shepard is here. He'll be with us on set in about 15 minutes. We'll talk some football, which Shep's up to in a little bit right now. Got to get his thoughts on NIL as well. I mean, remember, Shep, when he signed with LSU, was the #1 player in America. I mean, a guy who, in his era, would have been the equivalent of, as you say, Bryce Underwood, but I mean, #1 player in the country. It's a quarterback, and I would have commanded a pretty penny. I'm dying to know his thoughts on NIL and everything going on. The Nico Iamaleava situation. We'll do that. We'll talk some football with Shep as well and what he's got going on right now with Shep Boys Waste Management based out of Houston. They keep growing and expanding. Really cool collab we have here today, which is why we are here. But let us begin, as we do every single day.
It's time to pop the top on another edition of AFR with Bud Light. Drink easy.
So LSU will be in Tiger Stadium on Saturday for the open practice, formerly the spring game. Well, they are bypassing a traditional spring game as we have come to know it. They'll have an open practice, no TV, no radio. The SEC gave its league members the option this year of having a traditional spring game on TV or just having 30 minutes of airtime on the SEC network for whatever type of promotional type videos that they want to run. And 15 of the 16 SEC schools chose the TV time for the promo instead of a traditional spring game, which kind of tells you where coaches feel or what they feel about the value of a true spring game. But I wanted to start by giving you a little bit of an idea of what I am going to look for. Maybe if you are going into Tiger Stadium, what you should be keeping an eye on, because the way they're going to structure it is at 10:35 a.m. when they begin, they're going to have individual drills. Now, this is something the media sees all the time when we go to practice. And then they're going to have a first half scrimmage, which will be 2 15-minute quarters, halftime, then a second half scrimmage. And the format there will be TBD, meaning if Brian Kelly wants him to go goal line, they'll go goal line. If he wants to see red zone, they'll run red zone. It'll be a scrimmage, but it'll be a controlled situational type deal. And then when the scrimmage ends, they'll have the autograph session on the field at Tiger Stadium for 30 minutes. So, in particular, whenever we go into practice and you see the individual periods, I'm going to tell you the two things that I am generally most interested in. One, is the receiver DB drills, and 2 is the pass rush drills when the offensive line goes against the defensive line in one-on-one pass drills. And the reason that's impactful, and I understand that especially the wide receiver DB drill, that is slanted toward the offense. There's no pass rush. It's just a one-on-one. The receiver knows the route, and there's no clutter anywhere on the field. I mean, the receiver's out wide. You have a defensive back lined up against him. There's no linebackers. There's no safeties. It's just run to a spot on the field. So it's very heavily weighted toward the receivers. But even with that, the past couple of years, this has been an embarrassment. And you could very clearly look 2 years ago to 2023 and go, well, now it makes sense. You had Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas and Chris Hilton. Oh, yeah, of course. Naturally, they were torching Deuce Chestnut and Denver Harris. Yeah, it didn't go great for the defense. Well, last year was a bit of an improvement, but at the times I've been able to go watch them run that drill this year, it's been almost a 50-50 split offense-defense. So that's something worth keeping an eye on. And if you watch nothing else, you're going to see receivers make big catches, and you're going to see DBs get burned. I mean, that's part of this drill. But count the number of times the ball hits the ground. How many times there's incomplete passes? If you're at about a 50-50 split right there, that's a huge win for the defense. Like, I know the offense is going to be great. I know they have great talent and depth at receiver and pass catchers and tight ends and all of it. We got to see this defense continue to improve, and they've shown the ability to do that so far up to fall camp, up through spring practice, And then with the offensive and defensive line, when you're looking at one-on-one pass rush drills, remember, you get 3 new edge rushers that you've brought into the program right now. And it's not just the edge guys, it'll be the interior guys as well. But you want to see Jack Pyburn, you want to see Patrick Payton, you want to see Jamari Butler, you want to see Gabe Relaford, you want to see Kalaj Cobbins, you want to see Dylan Carpenter. How do these edge rushers fare against a newly created offensive line where you're replacing 4 starters? Like, that's going to be fascinating to watch in the individual periods. If I'm giving you position groups once they start the scrimmage, I'll tell you there's 3 things that I'm interested in. Number 1 is the thing we've talked the most about throughout spring, and it's the offensive line. You are replacing 4 starters. You brought in 2 transfers. And up until this point, DJ Chester has seemingly held on to that starting center job, beating out Braylon Moore. Now, that could change when they get into fall camp, and I still maintain that it will change. And I'm excited for DJ Chester, but at 6'6" and 320, he's not your prototypical center. And by his own admission, the game was moving fast for him early last season when he was starting at center. You brought in Braylon Moore because he is a prototypical center. He's been a 2-year starter. He's been an all-ACC performer. Like, that's a plug-and-play guy who just needs to get accustomed to his teammates, the calls, all of that works within there. So watch that offensive line rotation. Do you see Chester and Moore rotate with the ones at center? Where does Josh Thompson, the Northwestern transfer, line up? Is he at guard? Is he at tackle? Does he move between the two? Those are the things worth keeping an eye on. Less the results of the plays. I know that sounds silly, but it's less the results of the plays and more where guys are lining up and how they're faring in their one-on-ones, because that's when you're starting to build these rotations and really the pole position on the depth chart for fall camp whenever they get there in August. Offensive line rotation. The other, I'll tell you, is safety. I believe cornerback is going to work itself out because Ashton Stamps and P.J. Woodland are coming back. They played a lot of football for you already. Mansour Delaney, and you're going to see him, by the way. You're going to see Mansour Delaney, and he will pop, and you're going to look at him and go, who's that freak show? You're going to go, oh, that's Mansour Delaney. And he's very clearly a starting caliber defensive back, and I think he will be one of your starting corners against Clemson. But then you've got DJ Pickett as well. So that I think is going to work itself out, and I think all those guys are going to play and play a lot. But safety's been fascinating because we have seen a handful of guys rotating reps with the ones. Tamarcus Cooley, the transfer from NC State. Deshaun Spears. Javen Toviano, who last year was playing the star, now he's playing safety. Joel Rogers, redshirt freshman, who's been playing safety and taking some reps with the ones. Remember, you're not going to see Jordan Gilbert as he's coming back off a shoulder surgery. He's missing all of spring, but he'll factor into that mix as well. So all that to say, this will be a pretty good indicator when you see 1s and 2s out there in scrimmage-like situations, what they feel like the order is, at least right now at the end of spring at safety. We went through it a ton. Safety was your greatest liability on defense a year ago. It was your weakest position on the roster. So you went out and you added to Marcus Cooley. Jordan Gilbert had the shoulder surgery. You hope he's better. When he comes back, Toviano focusing on one position. Deshaun Spears a year older, a year more comfortable and confident in the defense, maybe improving. But you've got to be better at safety. You were flatly bad. And we've gone through all the Pro Football Focus numbers, and if you want to look at that or just sheer production, Major Burns is gone. Sage Ryan's now at Ole Miss. So you're trying to remake that room and have young, talented guys get more veteran, have TaMarcus Cooley be ready to rip and run from snap one. So watch that rotation as well. And the last thing I'll tell you is the timing with Nussmeier and the wide receivers. You know, we have talked very little about Garrett Nussmeier so far through spring, and with good reason. He's the leading returning passer in college football. There just isn't a question there. Like, you know who your starter is, and he's a very effective player. I believe he is the best quarterback returning in the SEC for 2025. I would take Garrett Nussmeier over anyone else. I understand the hype around Arch Manning, but Arch Manning has started 2 games in his career, and he's got 60-some-odd pass attempts or something like that. I'm not looking at it right now, but the point being, Garrett has gone through all the wars. He's a 4,000-yard passer. He's a fifth-year player. Long-term, maybe DJ Lagway over the rest of his career becomes a better player, but in 2025, give me Garrett Nussmeier over any other quarterback in the SEC. That's not a homer take. He's literally the leading returning passer in college football. But Kyron Lacy's gone. And the greatest pass-catching tight end in the history of the program in Mason Taylor is gone. And C.J. Daniels, who was a security blanket for Garrett Nussmeier and your best blocking wide receiver, is gone. So, 3 of your top 4 pass catchers are gone. You do return Aaron Anderson, who because of the bowl game ended up leading you in receptions and receiving yards. He surpassed Kyron Lacy, and that's fantastic. And you return Xavion Thomas, and you return Trey'Dez Green. But you're asking all these guys to take on a greater role, and you're adding to the mix guys like Nick Anderson and like Berrien Brown. And, we talked about the blocking role that C.J. Daniels had, and, now you're looking at replacing that role this season. So I think that the timing and the cadence between Nuss and his receivers is probably the thing that I'm going to be most interested in when he had so many reps and so much time with the other guys in a relatively short runway here in spring. How does that look with Nussmeier and the receivers? Those are the things I'll be keeping an eye on Saturday when LSU has its open scrimmage in Tiger Stadium. Of course, we'll have a full recap of that at louisianasports.net. And when we're back here on AFR on Monday, we'll give you our full takeaway and full notes as well. All right, it is After Further Review. Our show open every day is brought to you by Bud Light. Drink easy with the great taste of Bud Light, the official beer of AFR. You're going to be tailgating pre or post spring game Saturday. Make sure you got plenty of ice-cold Bud Light. Of course, Tigers and Auburn Tigers in baseball. 3-game series starts tonight. If you're going to be watching at home, at the restaurant, the bar, wherever it may be, make sure you got plenty of ice-cold Bud Light, the official beer of AFR and the official beer of the LSU Tigers. Drink easy with the great taste of Bud Light. Okay, y'all, it is After Further Review. Thrilled to have you aboard with us here. We are live at Don Juan Cigar Bar. It feels a bit odd. Not in our booth over there as I normally am for Whiskey and Wine with T-Bob. There is no yelling, screaming, burly man next to me. But I am wearing a sport coat as well. But instead of our traditional LSU fare for Whiskey and Wine. But I always love coming to Don Juan Cigar Bar. It's a great place. We're here in Town Center. If you've never been, if you're looking at Whole Foods, just look immediately to your right. Just make like what would that be? I guess a 90-degree angle, and look to your right, and you'll see Don Juan right there. We'll be here until 6 o'clock, so come hang out with us. All right, it is After Further Review. Let me knock out a quick break. When we come back, former Tiger great Russell Shepard will jump aboard with us. Looking forward to this convo. We'll do that next here on AFR.
After Further Review.
AFR is brought to you by Glow Resources, GLO, glowresources.com. They are complete employer solutions at Glow Resources. Glow Resources has perfected the process of finding the right people to make your business more efficient. What type of business doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what line of work you're in, what type of business you do. If you need the right people, and of course you do, to make your business more efficient, more profitable, Glow Resources can help find those people. Now, remember, you may be listening or watching online in Texas or Mississippi or Florida or New York or wherever you are. Remember, Glow Resources has offices in Baton Rouge and New Orleans and Miami and Orlando and Houston and the Golden Triangle and in Mississippi, and they serve companies and businesses all over the world. So no matter where you are or what line of work you're in, if you need to find the right people to make your business more efficient, Glow Resources can help, and they have a 96% success rate. GLO, glowresources.com.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime during this challenging event. And we're right there with you. Our mobile banking app is a smart way to manage your money and time. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram be your trusted partners in finding your perfect vehicle. The crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wild.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar, but instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
Back from Don Juan Cigar Bar, Friday edition of AFR. Thrilled to have you aboard with us here. And always good to catch up with the guy to my right, former Tiger great Russell Shepard joins us here. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, brother.
Dude, it's our pleasure. This is so cool, man. And there's so many different things I want to talk about with you, but I want to start with what you're doing now, because it's a good leaping off point for why we're all here today and doing this business and networking event. So you end up playing almost a decade in the league. Your career ends. Pick it up from there.
Yeah, man. So I was actually in my last year. It was 2020. I was playing with the New York Giants, and, I just seen the writing on the wall. I think that year we brought in a young receiver, Darius Slayton. Yeah. He was born in 2001. I was like, okay, Matt, I was like, as you know, once you get into your 30s, you're dog ages in terms of the NFL. So fast forward, man, I kind of reached out to a few people that I knew were doing some unique things, and I kind of ended up into the waste management industry. it's kind of crazy from there. I originally was going to do the dumpster thing, deal with trash and picking up trash in people's homes. I had a mentor of mine who started a Fortune 500 company that grew fairly quick, and he told me, people are using the bathroom every day. I think you need to deal with pee and poo. So
you're recession-proof, bro.
100%, 100%. He kind of lost me. I mean, we're sitting in this fancy hotel in Manhattan. We're talking, about the transition to the real world, and he mentions porta potty. I almost strangled the guy, for God's sake. But ended up being the best thing that happened to me, brother. It was one of the craziest things that I've been a part of in terms of just experiencing the growth and being a part of something that we're building with a collection of special people.
Yeah, based out of Houston, but as we talked last week, moving into Louisiana and plans to go all the way up the East Coast too. North Carolina, be the whole Southeast, which is awesome, man. Of course, from Houston. I want to talk about the spring game. We'll talk some LSU football because I know you stay locked in on the Tigers. But you're a guy that I'd be fascinated to get a take on about the NIL space because, I mean, when you were coming out, you were your class's equivalent of Bryce Underwood, right?
100%.
I mean, you were the #1 player in the country. You were this guy that everybody recruited for. When did you start getting calls? 8th grade?
Yeah, 8th, 9th grade. Yeah. Texas football.
I mean, no doubt. Out of Cy-Fair?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Out of Cy-Fair.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, when you see this now, like, how do you react to the whole NIL, just big picture, what's happening in college football with NIL?
Well, there's a part of me that's happy for the guys. I was a part of the generation where we walk into the school stores and see the number 10 jersey with not having the name on the back of it. And it was their reason for not giving us a percentage or, a share of whatever the profit was. So obviously knowing the guys are able to get a piece of the pie, regardless if it's a personal deal with a company like Cajun or it's doing an appearance or doing some type of social media deal, I'm happy that the guys have different avenues and vehicles where they can take advantage of their brand, monetize it, and make their money. These college programs are billion-dollar businesses now. Yeah. The TV contracts, the revenue shares that they have with the stadiums between, with the counties, local parishes, and, things like that. So the players were the last pieces that were really, they weren't getting paid anything. Yeah. So seeing the guys being able to capitalize on that, I'm happy for the guys. But also being a friend of the Frank Wilsons, Coach Orgerons, all the guys who come and they coach and they play a part of this program, I kind of want to see it get controlled a little bit. So we're excited. I've been kind of, really involved with the school a lot more than I have in the past, and hearing things about salary cap, being able to distribute revenue amongst, the team, and every team has a certain amount of revenue they can spend. I think that's going to be able to even the level where we can compete at a high level.
What do you think in 2008 Russell Shepard would have been worth?
Yeah, I probably would have had my as they say, the valuation. Yeah. My valuation probably would have been a $1.5 million coming into school. I had a lot of potential wrapped into me, expectations of others, myself, coaches. So, everything that came into a person like me, I would have benefited from just having a pre-existing hype. Mm-hmm. And then, coaches would have to deal with, unfortunately for a guy like me, I get locked into a deal where I'm getting paid $1 million over a 4-year period. And say, for example, I don't touch the field or I leave the transfer portal, leave within the transfer portal. These guys now are getting coaches, schools are getting locked into bad deals. So I definitely would have been a guy that would have capitalized on the money with the hype and all the rankings that came into it. But I would have been the guy that businesses, people would have struggled with potentially paying the amount of money they committed to, just because I had the typical college career, up and down, not sure where the guy's going to land. I didn't go through coaches changes, but I went through head coaches, but I went through 3 receiver coaches. Came in with, I had, God forbid, I had Billy Gonzalez one year, Adam Henry, and then we had another receiver coach prior to that. I forget his name, excuse me.
Now I'm trying to think. Would it have been when you first got on campus?
When I first got here. So I played a part in the Terrence Tolliver era, the Brandon LaFells. We only got one receiver coach at a time, so coach was gonna get on my butt for not, calling his name. But again, bottom line is I played through three receiver coaches. I went through 3 offensive coordinators with Gary Croton, Coach Greg Stoops, who has played a part in that, and as well as rest in peace,
Crabthorpe.
Crabthorpe.
Coach Crabthorpe.
Exactly. So happy for the guys, but at the same time, for the coaches, for the organization, for the school, we got to get somewhat of a control under it.
Russell Shepard's our guest. Join us here on site. Of course, shepboyswaste.com. You want to learn more about his business, shepboyswaste.com. Go check out the website there. I know you follow the Tigers, man. Like, you stay pretty locked in. What's your thoughts on watching Nuss last year, man? Throw for 4,000 yards. You're coming back now for a 5th season. Yeah, so I've had the privilege, man, with me being in the area a lot more with us doing business in South Louisiana, I've pretty much been to every spring practice. And I will say, call him G, man. He's in the building more than anybody. He's given me that Joe. He's giving me that Jalen Daniels type second-year vibe where he's very comfortable. He understands what the responsibility, what the expectation level is for him and his style, his level of play. So I just see a guy that's really calm, and I'm hoping we have that second-year jump like we've had with the last 2 quarterbacks. You played you can throw Met in that mix as well, man. Met in 2012 was a steady player, but 2013 he had the boom with Jarvis and Odell and with Hilly, who we just saw pop by as well. I mean, that it makes a lot of sense, though, right? I mean, you go through it once, you experience it, then everything just sort of slows down, right? You calm the mechanism, and you're ready to burst. But you played receiver in the NFL. When you look at this group of receivers, Shep, like what stands out to you about these guys where it's a little bit of a blend where you lose Kyron Lacey, you lose C.J. Daniels, but you got Aaron Anderson coming back, got Xavier Thomas coming back, you got some transfers coming in, Brown and Anderson. Like, when you look at that group as a whole, what do you see? Solid as they come. One thing about this program nowadays is, especially with us, we're going to develop receivers. We're going to distribute the ball now. I mean, it's crazy for me to talk like that about the LSU program, knowing I come from the area where we didn't throw the ball. We threw the ball well, efficiently, but we didn't throw the ball in high volume. So watching these guys throw the ball at a high level, I mean, they're playing really well, man. I think the group, it's a mixture of homegrown talent. They got some transfers that have come in. The practice I went to yesterday, yesterday, they didn't put a ball on the ground. It looks like a pro team. Wow. Looks like a pro group. I challenged the guys to, to meet the level of competitiveness, block. Play with a high level, be the most energized, group within the field. The LSU receiving group has turned into the staple. It's kind of what we're known for right now. So, obviously you have different schools like Ohio State. You have these other schools that are fighting for the receiver U title. But we hold it proudly right now at this point, and I think that we're just going to continue to put these guys out at high volume. I think, Coach Cortez is doing an amazing job of challenging the guys. His drills are very pro-like, ready. His development of the guys, I mean, you're seeing it now. I had the privilege of playing with the Giants, so I'm going to watch Malik practice. As a rookie, he was the most intense receiver they had on the field. And he was competing with guys that played at high level and did it for a good amount of years. Shep, watching Malik at practice, I mean, he's the type of dude that would moss his teammate 100%, and then stand over the dude and tell him, don't you ever think you're ever gonna, that's my ball. He's trash. He's a dog. He's a dog. Oh. DAWG. Yeah, the thing with him, I had the privilege of being around Odell and Jarvis, and Odell was poetic. The way he practiced, watching him, whether it was pros or whether it was LSU, routes on the air, just, in the backyard, he was poetic in his movements and how he moved, very graceful, and he made things look very easy. Jarvis was juice. Whatever he did, he maximized everything he got out of his 5'10", 195-pound frame. He was as persistent, as aggressive as you're going to get with a receiver. And then, like I said, you have the other guys like Jamar, who's he's very similar to me of a Steve Smith-like guy. Very, he doesn't have the stature, doesn't have the crazy length from the hands to the arms, but competitive. Amazing ball skills. Sees the ball second to none in terms of tracking the ball and just being a big play threat. And, I tell Jordan Jefferson all the time, Justin Jefferson has the privilege of being Jordan Jefferson's little brother, as well as Ricky. And so he's a backyard kid. His brother was throwing him, slants since he was in the, third, fourth grade, throwing him at him full speed. So, he's a guy that's been groomed in the backyard. He's an old school kid. He'll play
do 7-on-7 every day. Matter of fact, we had an event we did for him, a nonprofit event, and he was out there with the kids, and we had to remind him, I mean, you're a $35 million receiver now.
Slow down.
Be careful, slow down a little bit. But, again, you can't get away from that competitive nature, and it is what makes him him.
Russell Shepard's our guest with us here. We're at Don Juan Cigar Bar. I told you once, I mean, you want to hang? Because I do want to ask you about Brian Kelly. I want to ask you what you're looking for in the spring game and stuff. I know you got clients, everybody you're talking. You can hang for a second?
I'm here, brother. I'm here all day,
all right,
man.
Shep's going to hang on. We'll come back. Let me knock out a quick break. And I do want to talk about the spring game tomorrow and sort of the format of it and what he's expecting. So we'll get to that here as we continue. Stay with us. It's AFR.
After further review.
We're brought to you by River City's 1 Hour Air, where they're always on time or you don't pay a dime. 752-0001, 752-0001, or 1hourbr.com. Check them out there at one-hourbr.com for River City's 1 Hour Air. If you haven't done it yet, the time is now. The preseason AC tune-up. Get this done. 752-0001, 752-0001. The warm weather is coming. It's going to be triple-digit temps. You want to make sure that your AC lasts, that it can make it through this season and future summer seasons. You want to extend the life of your unit and also maintain its efficiency. Don't let little problems become very big, very expensive problems. Get your preseason AC tune-up. 752-0001, 752-0001 for River City's 1 Hour Air, where they're always on time or you don't pay a dime.
It's never crowded because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
The Windsor Senior Living Community in Mandeville, Louisiana is a beautiful, vibrant apartment community geared toward seniors. They are nestled right in the heart of Mandeville, where seniors live a more carefree lifestyle in spacious apartments with the peace of mind that comes from having a little extra help. Call the Windsor at 985-624-8040 to schedule a lunch and tour. Come see how the Windsor can be your passport to peace of mind.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
LouisianaTurf.com. That's LouisianaTurf.com.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
We roll along here from Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management, former Tiger great Russell Shepard, who I think just got pulled away to go talk to a client. So we'll get Shep back here in a bit. Meantime, Muse, let's go around the SEC.
Around the SEC, bringing you the biggest news from the nation's best conference. The Texas Longhorns.
Texas wide receiver Freddie DeBose Jr. announces that he will enter the NCAA transfer portal. Just one season over there in Austin. Not much of a surprise. He wasn't listed on the roster for next season, and also didn't make any appearances last fall. Was a 3-star recruit in the 2024 cycle.
The South Carolina Gamecocks.
South Carolina has signed Damon Clowney, the cousin of former Gamecock star Jadeveon Clowney. That comes from Chris Hummer and Matt Zenitz over at CBS and 247. Former 4-star recruit. It's been a journey. He started his career at Ole Miss, spent the last 2 seasons at Charlotte, then transferred to Louisville in December and re-entered the transfer portal in March. Now he will end up in South Carolina.
The Missouri Tigers.
Mizzou safety Jamarian Wayne entering the transfer portal. Sources confirm that news to PowerMizzou.com. Wayne joined the team back in 2022, has played receiver, cornerback, and most recently safety. 10 games a season ago, 5 tackles and a pass defense. 4th safety to leave this offseason for Missouri.
The Georgia Bulldogs.
And one basketball note, former Wofford guard Justin Bailey has committed to Georgia. Matt Zenitz and Chris Hummer again on the news there. 6'3", 185, has 1 year of eligibility remaining. 9-3 a year ago, but also led the Terriers in 3-point shooting percentage. Prior to Wofford, he was at USC Upstate for 2 seasons. There you have it. That is around the SEC.
Always love telling you about our friends over at Supper Club. Weekend is upon us. What an awesome time to get by Supper Club and experience Supper Club. If you haven't yet, it's a Friday in Lent. And yes, we tell you all the time about the amazing steaks, the incredible Wagyu, the herb beef, the Japanese omi beef. That's what they used to feed to samurai 500 years ago because they thought it had special powers. You can get that at two restaurants in the United States of America. One's in New York, and one is Supper Club on Perkins Road. But you're saying, Matt, I'm a Catholic, it's Friday in Lent, what you want me to do? Well, I want you to go to Supper Club because they got amazing sea bass and salmon. And every Friday during Lent, Chef has a non-meat or a seafood option. They have the king crabs from the deadliest catch boats. As a matter of fact, when they come in on the boxes, it has the ship, the boat that those came from, denoted on the box from the actual show. Their stone crabs are in season. They're getting them from Florida. They're giant, and they are directly bought from the fishermen. So there's no middleman, different touch points. They are fresh off the boat to Supper Club. It's Supper Club. SupperClubBTR.com for your reservations. Remember, graduation right around the bend. Book your graduation parties today. Don't wait. They're going to book up. SupperClubBTR.com. SupperClubBTR.com. They'll be open at 5 o'clock. So it's a great time to get on by Supper Club tonight. Belly up to the bar. Open seating at the bar always. Check them out here on this Friday in Lent at Supper Club. SupperClubBTR.com. All right, it is around the, it is after further review. Thanks for Muse doing around the SEC for us there. We're at Don Juan Cigar Bar. One of the things Muse didn't touch on that we did talk about yesterday that has now advanced is the Nico Iamaleava situation. And I really wanted to get Shep's take on this because I think Russell Shepard's got such he's got a rare, if not altogether, unique perspective. But that's a guy who was the #1 player in the country, right? He's a 5-star who as a quarterback who went through all of these things. It'd be fascinating to get his perspective. So maybe if we get him back here, I'll ask him. But if you haven't heard the latest with Nico by now, I'm guessing many have. The Tennessee quarterback he was not at practice on Friday, and the word is that he wants a better NIL deal. The reports are he was getting $3 million, wants up to $4 million for this season. As the market is reset, he wants what he feels is market value for a starting quarterback who just led his team to the college football playoff. So I understand very much where Nico Iamaleava is coming from, and I understand that I am going to be in direct contrast to what many, if not all of you think about this situation, because I know the mindset of a fan, and Mine is of a free market capitalist. I want everybody to get as much money as they can whenever they want. We see this in the NFL all the time, where guys outperform their contracts and they hold out to get a better deal. And we don't blink as long as they're there to play. And you could say, well, these are college kids. No, they're not. I mean, they are, but let's call this what it is. You can phrase it or label it however you want, but the bottom line is these are dudes that are getting paid, and there's no contracts. So you're not in violation of any contract, and you could say that's not right. Well, then change the format of how this thing is structured. Don't place blame on the person who's trying to maximize their value. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. Like, I try to do this every time we have a conversation like this. Take the emotion of sports out of it. It's no different than the conversation I have when we talk about subsidizing professional sports franchises, where so many people are like, if you don't care about that sports franchise, then you're opposed to government subsidizing a billionaire. But we're watching the state of Louisiana bring a $4 billion Hyundai plant to Ascension Parish, and we celebrate it. Will you give them tax incentives to come do business here? It's business, and professional sports is a $1 billion business. That's why I'm okay with incentivizing that $1 billion business to stay. Well, it's no different than here. Like, what do you do for a living? What if you're an attorney, or if you're a doctor, or you're a teacher, or whatever it is that you do? Let's say somebody. You have an employment contract, and somebody from a different company comes to pursue you, and it offers you 2, 3, 4 times multiple on what you're making that's going to change your life. Are you going to tell that person, no, I'm sorry, I have a contract, I can't leave? Hell no, you're not. You're going to do everything you can to get out of it to go make money to change your life, or use that as leverage to get more money out of your current situation, because that's what we all aim to do. We all want to make as much money as possible in the field in which we work. There's no exceptions, and a college athlete's no different. You're just framing it through the vision or the perspective of someone who's a fan watching your team, and you don't want something to happen that's going to hurt your team. Like, every argument, every single one, I have yet to this day, in every conversation I've ever had about NIL or portal or anything, I've yet to have any person counter-argue me with anything other than an intangible. Everything is always an intangible. It's, oh, well, integrity, or, oh, well, loyalty, or, oh, well, dedication, or I just don't like it, or I feel. It's always an intangible. It's a way it makes you feel. You can't give me, I've yet to have anybody give me a solid, concrete reason why somebody shouldn't be able to go maximize their market value in whatever situation. Because there isn't. And until you change how this is structured in college athletics, I'm not going to fault any young player ever who chooses to go maximize their value in a very small window they have to make the most amount of money possible. And if it's Nico Iamaleava or a defensive lineman from North Dakota State, like Braden Fisk from Central Michigan leaving his final year to go to Florida State and make $750, God bless you, kid, go get it. If it's there and someone's willing to pay you in a free market, go get it. Now, I'm not going to fault Nico Iamaleava one bit. Now, it may not work out for him, but it's a risk he's taking right now to try to get more money. God bless you. Go get it. If the market is set here and you can get it, go get it. And if you want to vilify that young person, it's only because you as an adult are viewing this through a completely contradictory perspective, because you would do the same damn thing. I work for Guarantee Media in Baton Rouge, and I love this company. I've worked at Guarantee Media for 15 years. They gave me an amazing opportunity when I was 27 years old in a blank canvas to build something great, and we've done that, and I'm very proud of everything we've done here. And I'm very fortunate to make a good living. My family lives in Baton Rouge. If ESPN came to me tomorrow and said, Matt, we're gonna quintuple your salary and move you up to Bristol and put you on ESPN, guess where I'm going to be tomorrow? Guess where I'm going tomorrow? You know what I mean? Like, it's no different. I have an employment contract, but it's a very natural tenet in life that we all subscribe to. Yet for some reason, adults are holding young people to a different standard when it comes to college athletics, and I don't get it. So God bless you, Nico. Go get your money. Go get your money. So if someone's going to pay it to you, go get it while you can. All right, it's after for. And I know none of y'all agree with me. I know none of y'all agree with me. But also, none of you have a single concrete argument other than the way you feel, or things like loyalty. And I'm not just discounting loyalty. But you all know that if you're in the same situation in your professional life, you do the same damn thing. All right, I'm going to step off my soapbox. We'll come back when we come back from this break. We'll talk to Clay Young. I think Hiller Moore's supposed to be here as well, the DA, and I don't know, see how he feels about the whole thing. Maybe he'll arrest me, whatever. All right, it's AFR. Stay here.
AFR.
We're brought to you by Clegg's Nursery, 4 locations in the greater Baton Rouge area, Siegen near Airline, LA-16 in Dedham, Mid-City on Don Moore, and the Garden Center on Greenwell Springs. Tell you every single day to buy local, shop local, go see our friends at Clegg's Nursery. All the weather is going to be absolutely immaculate this weekend. These are the types of weekends why we choose to live in Louisiana. Because when you walk outside and it's 72 and sunny and the humidity's low and there's a little breeze and it's just a gorgeous sun-kissed day, it's the time you want to get in your garden and just plant something. And Clegg's Nursery can help you do it. If you're not sure what to plant, doesn't matter. They have all the answers, and they got the best selection. So go to any of the Clegg's Nursery locations and say, hey, I want something pretty to plant by my pool. I want something I'm looking for that isn't going to need a ton of maintenance to put in my front lawn, my garden, my front yard, to make me garden of the month. They'll have all the answers for you. And they got the best selection. It's at Clegg's Nursery. So buy local, shop local, and tell them Matt sent you in to Clegg's Nursery.
You work hard every day to pursue a life you love. You put in the time, and it shows. You're forging ahead, chasing a dream, creating something better for the ones you love. You're building your own life. So why not build your own tractor? With John Deere tractors and attachments for almost any need, the Sunshine team can help you do just that. Check out our current promotions and learn more about what it means to be powered by Sunshine at sunequip.com.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime during this challenging event. And we're right there with you. Our mobile banking app is a smart way to manage your money and time. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
BRAC teamed up to reimagine your parks, and you imagined big. With your help, we went to work, creating 12 beautiful community parks across the parish. A family-sized water park, miles and miles of trails, and parks just for your dogs. There are more places to splash, to explore, to run wild, and even soar. You imagined, we delivered. Gold. BRAC, your #1 park system in the nation.
At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram be your trusted partners in finding your perfect vehicle. The crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
Baton Rouge's home for real rock. It's Eagle 98.1. Foo Fighters. Led Zeppelin. AC/DC. Pearl Jam. And the flagship home for LSU sports. Take us anywhere with the Eagle 98.1 app. Eagle 98.1 is the rock station.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
After Further Review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
Wrapping up hour number 1. We're here at Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center. Our home for whiskey and wine with me and T-Bob during the LSU football season, and of course our Friday sponsor. But we're here on site today for a cool event with Russell Shepard in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management, and a really good day. Another reason why we're here is the guy to my right, Clay Young, who I have just had to tolerate for literally my entire radio career. I mean, literally my entire. I mean, back to 2003.
Wow.
May of 2003 when I worked at the Capitals. Big talker.
Yeah, seriously kept you out of prison, but that's okay. I mean.
Hey, I'll tell you this much, Clay.
And then Hillary.
I never had ones. I never had one.
Don't make me tell that story. You want me to tell that story?
I would love it if you would tell that story.
So first of all, so here's the thing about Matt. He's intense, and I say this about Matt: if you know him, you love him. If you don't, you just want to punch him in the face.
That's true.
And so
a lot of people do. Yeah,
and so when we were working together at what was the station again?
WIBR, the Capitals' Big Talker.
That's right. That's right. And so
1300 AM.
I was doing morning drive, and Matt, alongside our dear friend, was Ed Buggs. They did afternoon drive, and so we had a meeting.
Ed did afternoon drive. I push buttons.
Yeah, well, you were there with him. You kept a lot of things together.
I did.
Don't make me go deeper. So we had a meeting with staff about ratings and everything, and I just went off about, because, look, man, I don't like doing anything and being mediocre at it. And so I went off and I talked about one's the number we got, and he thought it was so funny.
So about ratings.
He and Ed thought it was so funny.
I got one.
And so it's like we have to do better. And all these years later, now who's the intense guy?
I was intense back then
Yeah,
too.
not like now. You understand it though. You understand it better now than you did then.
I don't, Clay, because I've never had ones.
No, brother. No. Yes, you did. You worked at that station. So, yeah, you did. That's why I was pissed off, because I didn't like it either. I didn't lose it much. But, yes, you did. You were there. And man, it was great. Your work ethic, I've told you this before. You've done my TV platforms. You've been on my podcasts. Can I get a lighter? Can I get a lighter? Can I get my lighter?
That'll play.
Yeah.
I was going to save it when we talk about smoke 'em.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Well done.
I was posing while you complimented me. So back to complimenting me.
I forgot what I was saying. What was it?
I've done your TV platform. And
I remember it. I think you said compliments, and I blanked out. So yeah. No, I'm proud of you, man. Your work ethic, the way you do what you do, and the thing about it is, I know your heart. You're a hell of a father. Because of what, and we talk all the time.
Most important job.
No doubt. It is, and some of what we get into, we won't talk about here on the show, but you care about community, and that's been a part of my life. I've been in media. This is my 29th year in and around media, and I care about community. I think I live by one of those great sayings by Edmund Burke: the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is good men to do nothing. So you give back as much as you can, which is why we're sitting here talking about the 11th version of what we're going to be doing on Sunday, May 4th.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em. You've been kind enough to invite me to be a part of that event the past handful of years as well, and it's always a great event. We're back at Beausoleil again this year on the side patio. Well, in honor of Smoke 'em, let me go ahead and get this torch going.
I'm not lighting this for you.
Well, you were holding the torch. So, but
yes, I am. Yes,
and by the way, shout out to the Bocock brothers. That's what we're smoking here. And we got the cigars box. By the way, that LSU baseball pinstripe box is fire.
Yes, it is.
Even if you don't like cigars, just buying that because of the box is such an awesome decorative piece.
And it's got that Jay Johnson.
The Jay Johnson signature on it?
Who neither smokes nor drinks, which is hilarious. But he's one of the greatest coaches you'll ever find. But that dude is locked in. Talk about got ones. He don't have ones.
He ain't got ones.
Yeah.
Man. He's got one national championship. He can have more of them.
Yeah,
all right, so let's talk about Smoke 'em if you got him. One of the things I know about you, Clay, is for as long as you and I have known each other, you have been as staunch and honest a supporter of the men and women who protect our freedoms, our first responders, our military, and that's what Smoke 'em benefits.
Yeah, I always say the military, much like first responders, it's a mosaic of who our country is. It's people of all races, all genders, all backgrounds, and they come together and they take an oath to defend our country against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And for 12 years, this is the 11th one because we didn't do 2020 because of the COVID crap. We have raised money and given money to organizations that support veterans and their families. We've supported the families of veterans who are killed in action. I was just KIA, killed in action. And this year is going to be Special Forces Charitable Trust.
Love it.
and they're in Fort Bragg.
Explain what Special Forces Charitable Trust is.
Special Forces Charitable Trust is a nonprofit that supports Green Berets, mostly, and other military veterans. We have a veteran from Baton Rouge that our district attorney, Hillary Moore, found, and we're going to be honoring him at the event. It's at Beausoleil, Sunday, May 4th, 4 o'clock. Come in. Tickets are $100. 100% of the money raised goes to the organization. We don't keep anything. Our title sponsor is Mockler Beverage.
Awesome.
Our sponsors include, what's this place we're at again?
Danwa Cigar Bar.
Along with Pest Stop. Guarantee Media is one of our sponsors. Geico, Clay Young Enterprises, and, of course, Matt gives us time on Sundays. And, you know, it's a great event, man.
The $100 ticket gets you admission.
Oh, yeah.
There's catered food.
Oh, yeah. A cigar.
You get a premium cigar. You get all the beverages from Mockler.
Bourbon tasting as well.
There's bourbon tasting as well at Beausoleil.
This is Hiller. We got like Hiller. We got like 90 seconds left,
about
and he walks
40,
in.
Actually.
40 seconds.
We had about 40 seconds. So
Hiller.
Hiller Moore will be there as well.
And he's glad-handing. Is he running for office?
Let him do the thing he's got to do. It's all good. You did fine. You did fine. I promise. You did really good. SmokeEmBR.com. SmokeEmBR.com. So SmokeEmBR.com if you want to get your tickets. It's Sunday, May the 4th at Beausoleil. It's Sunday, May the 4th at Beausoleil. I'll be there. Clay will be there. Gordy Rush usually makes a cameo as well as live music. If you can find some time, make sure you join us for Smoke 'em if you got them on Sunday, May the 4th at Beausoleil. Clay Young. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother.
All right, man. We continue after Sports Center, hour number 2 of AFR. Terry will be here for the Riot Radio Hours. Don't you move.
AFR.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
It's not just a game, it's a religion. You've got your team colors, team swag, and now your very own website. LouisianaSports.net. Everything LSU, Saints, and Pelicans. Sports on demand. In-depth coverage by sports writing pros with continuously updated news. And with the LouisianaSports.net newsletter, you get pinged directly with top trending stories. Best of all, now and always. No paywall. It's free. LouisianaSports.net. Powered by 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge. Your home for Louisiana sports.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
KNXX, Donaldsonville, and WDGL HD2, Baton Rouge. This hour brought to you by Spencer Callahan Injury Lawyers, LA 21 12681. Offices in Baton Rouge.
This Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown. It's Cutdown Day at the Masters. Second round coverage continuing right now on ESPN and the ESPN app. Justin Rose is the leader at 8 under. He's one shot ahead of Bryson DeChambeau, 2 ahead of Rory McIlroy, Corey Connors, and Tyrrell Hatton. The NBA regular season ends Sunday. Right now in the West, the Warriors, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies are tied for 6th. All 3 of them hoping to avoid the play-in tournament. Minnesota blows out Memphis last night on the road. Anscape's Justin Tinsley.
I don't see either as a threat to make this magical run to the finals, but if I had to give either team an edge to make a longer run or who I'd be more fearful of going into the playoffs, is definitely Minnesota. And the main reason is because I don't really trust the Grizzlies on the defensive side of the ball.
Justin Tinsley on Clinton and Friends. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports quarterback Drew Lock will sign a 2-year, $5 million deal with the Seahawks. Pro Football Hall of Famer Dwight Freeney joins the staff at Syracuse, his alma mater.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday. We have a packed sports weekend, and I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Matt Moscona.
I'm very important.
After further review.
Say one more time.
After further review with Matt Moscona.
And here we go.
Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studio.
Let's ride!
It's that Louisiana boy, yeah, they call him the Riot. Born and raised in the swamps, on the fight like a tiger. He going beast mode, baby, he a beast though. What you think he supposed to do? You picture better reload. Get the boy.
After further review, the Riot Radio Hour with Matt Moscona and Ryan Terrio, presented by Alpha Customs. Alpha Customs, Prairieville and Lafayette, and online at alphacustoms.net.
Well, how's your week going?
Week was good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, but good. I'm full of good ideas.
Here comes Terrio. The throw, not in time. Scudero delivers, and the Giants lead 4-3 in the 10th.
The wave pool, although probably full of bacteria, flesh-eating parasites, and the occasional turd, provides endless hours of fun. It's not cool to have a 30A sticker on the back of your grocery go-getter. Big fan of the truck.
The Riot Radio Hour.
Hour 2, off we go. Welcome aboard. Glad you're with us. It's AFR live from Don Juan Cigar Bar. This is usually when I do like Matt and Paul and Muso and Terrio, but we can't do that because we're on remote. You can't hear the playback in there. So Drew will be real disappointed because he loves whenever I do the Terrio.
Yeah, he's going to be pissed.
Yeah, he'll be a little pissed. Yeah, Brad?
Yeah, Brad.
Good to see you here, live from Don Juan Cigar Bar. Mr. The Riot, looking quite dapper. What you got this evening?
Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Are you asking me? I mean, I think I am, but if you're like, if you go to like, what math are they learning in 5th grade?
Probably division. I think they're dividing.
I remember doing multiplication in 3rd, division in 4th. I don't remember what we did in 5th.
Probably algebra.
No. Algebra in 5th grade?
Fractions.
Alondra. What math? Do you remember what math you did in 5th grade? You're closer to that than any of us.
Just basic math.
No, that's not the answer.
Like 2 apples
just
plus
math.
2 apples equals 4 apples.
Like multiplication,
no,
probably.
multiplication's 3rd grade.
I don't think I did algebra.
Grade.
I don't think I did algebra.
Algebra was high school.
I failed algebra.
But I was bad at math. I am
terrible.
bad at math.
Terrible at math.
I'm bad at math and I can't spell. So you got that.
You're bad at it. It's a good thing you were fast and could hit a curveball.
Yeah, I mean, I can do those things.
I'm gonna do this. Put it right there by your mouth.
I know, but then it covers up my face.
It doesn't matter. Look, look at where you are. It's not. It can't see because it's the other side of the camera.
Yeah.
But you have to.
We haven't done this in a while. I'm out of practice. I haven't done the remote. Yeah.
When was the last time you did a remote?
Last time I did a remote, we were at a golf place
at Edwin Watts.
Yes.
At camp. No, we did pluckers for a lot of years. We did remotes for a lot of years.
Well, I remember the Edwin Watts because you had me come in full uniform that day.
Nope. No. The full uniform day was at Pluckers. I have a picture. When you came in full Cubs uniform, we're at Pluckers.
It was at Pluckers. I remember that. Okay.
No, I have a photographic memory. I remember things visually.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember us sitting right there in front of that wall at Pluckers on Bluebonnet. Rip to Pluckers on Bluebonnet.
Yeah, man.
I'm so bummed about that, too. There's times I like get out my phone to go, like, DoorDash, my 10-wing combo with 5 spicy ranch, 5 Gold Rush.
Holy macaroni?
I don't do the Holy Mac. I would do the cheese fries.
God, that place was good.
I mean,
It's a shame to see it go.
I know. King of the Wing was just up to new devices, man. He just moved on, and I don't blame him. He was ready. But my guy Stevie Levy had a hell of a run.
He did.
Hell of a run. He was just ready to do something different.
That he did.
Anyway. By the way, you requested a pipe.
I did.
And here's your pipe.
I've been talking
about
this.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Gordy went and got you a corncob pipe. And Brittany, shout out, who's the GOAT back here. Brittany helps us with with Whiskey and Wine, has for years. She's awesome, the manager here. So she went and got you some tobacco.
I'm going to hit this thing. How do you do it?
Just light the tobacco. There you go. How you feeling?
Oh, it smells so good.
Well, I don't really. Not really getting it. No.
How do I?
Don't need to light it more? I don't know. I've never smoked a pipe in my life. Look how stupid we are. I mean, I feel like I'm just burning the hell out of all this tobacco. I mean, you're supposed to set it on fire? How long do you light it for? I don't know. What do you think?
It smells fabulous.
Do you love it? You've wanted to smoke a pipe for a long time, but I think you're supposed to hold you're holding the stem. I think you're supposed to hold the corn cob, right? I mean, that's how people smoke a pipe? You hold
no idea.
Yeah, you hold it like that.
You do it?
Yeah, you hold it like that and you. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
I don't feel like I did anything.
You probably did.
That's whatever.
For someone who consumes tobacco all day, every day, it's a little stunning you don't know how to smoke a pipe. There you go. I mean, you're definitely drawing on it. I mean, that's the. Yeah, there you go.
I feel peaceful.
Is it a peace pipe?
This is the peace pipe.
All right. Aside from.
Now what do I do?
Are you smarter than?
Do I just set it down?
Yeah, you set it down. Do you want to smoke it again? Okay. I mean, there's an ashtray right here, although I don't think you need an ashtray for a pipe. But aside from are you smarter than a 5th grader and trying to smoke a corncob pipe, how's your day going?
Day's been going great.
Yeah, how's your week?
Week's been going great. A lot of good things happening this week. I've got a serious letter, though, that I'd like to share.
Oh, I would love to hear this.
This is serious about this week.
Okay.
And something I need to address and get off my chest a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, let me hear it.
I'm going to write this letter. This is a track meet.
Sick, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you get those at Ruckus?
Not bad.
I love those, man.
I don't know.
Do you have no socks or low socks?
No socks.
See, I need to get you on to Dead Socksy no-shows. It's going to help with your foot odor, too.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
Dead Socksy no-shows.
So here's the deal. Track meets suck. I've been going to a lot of track meets recently. I wrote this letter to track meets. All right.
Ooh, don't tell Gordy.
Okay, so I don't operate well in chaos. And if you've ever been to a high school track meet, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It is chaos from the beginning until the end. Okay? From the national anthem, which starts the event, to the 4x4, there's kids and coaches all over the place. It is crazy.
Okay.
They're mainly held at facilities that have a track as well as a football field in high school. So you have kids mulling around the football field, bouncing around the area the entire time. Nobody's ever where they're supposed to be. All right?
Okay.
Last night I watched kids tumble. They did a tumbling contest for about 15 minutes. There was a slap boxing fight, 20 guys that were just slap boxing. Doing everything that they shouldn't have been doing. Like, you're supposed to be focusing, get ready for the track event. The kids were doing the opposite of that.
And these are the competitors or like
These are the competitors.
Oh, wow. Where's the coaches?
Exactly. So the poor announcers had to yell at these people the entire night to sit down and get down on the infield because we couldn't see the participants in the track because the whole football field was full up of kids slap boxing and doing flips. Okay. For some reason, the gun starter fella was the gun that he was using, the gun starter guy, the gun he was using worked like half the time.
Oh.
All right, so here's another thing. So he'd do the pump fake. He would act like he was shooting, but nothing would come out.
So would you have false starts?
No. It's totally screwed all the kids up. Again, there's kids everywhere. The gun doesn't work for the gun guy, okay? nightmare.
Where was this?
Prairieville. So when the gun didn't work, they'd bring a backup gun.
Okay.
They wouldn't just say ready, set, go. They bring a backup gun. Well, the backup gun girl, who's there just to bring the backup gun, she doesn't know what's going on because there's 5,000 kids all over the place. She doesn't know where the guy is and doesn't even know the thing's working. 10 minutes go by, he's waiting for another gun.
Oh, so all the athletes are cold now. They were ready to run.
Thank you.
Man.
So what should have been a 2-hour track meet lasted 5 hours last night.
Shut up.
Total lack of control, nightmare.
Shut up.
Left at 9:30.
5 hours?
Left at 9:30.
Oh.
I've been to a bunch of these.
That's a hard pass for me.
Listen, I've been to a bunch of these
you.
the past few years. I've often thought about how to make them more efficient. I have. This isn't everywhere, by the way. Your alma mater runs a great track meet.
No doubt.
No, they do.
Shout out Calico.
Coach Carrier at Zachary, great track meet.
CC.
Okay, they do it the right way.
CC's the GOAT.
But not only
Pete Boudreaux's the GOAT.
Yeah, he's right there, though. Not only because I was sitting there bored out of my mind, but also because it's not fair to the athletes who train their butts off, my girls, to run a good time, but then they get put in a bad spot because adults can't prepare properly. That's my thing.
I blame this. Prairieville primary.
I blame this all on the coaches.
Prairieville High.
I blame it on whoever it was. I blame it on the coaches. Sure, the folks hosting the event could have made the thing move along a little bit better, but ultimately, this falls on the coaches to be at the schools that are responsible for the athletes being there. They're supposed to be teaching them to act the right way, and they're not, okay? I want the kids to have fun, but I witnessed a fist fight, literally, during the track meet, a real fist fight. 4 cops had to come. Okay?
Was this in Livingston Parish or Ascension Parish?
Ascension, and they don't play out there. They don't play in Ascension. Okay? This falls directly on the shoulder of the administrators of these schools and the coaches. Y'all need to be better. Sincerely, Ryan.
Clean it up.
Clean it up.
Clean it up, Prairieville High. Boy, I'm going to get some angry emails from parents of Prairieville High.
Hey, bro, it is what it is. I sat there and watched the crap, okay?
You know what would help?
If you don't like it, get better.
You know what would help? If they signed up to win $10,000 cash at parishbuilt.com.
No, just run the dang track meet right.
Okay. I was trying to give you a little transition to talk about sign up for a free, no-obligation roofing inspection.
Yeah, we're giving away $10,000.
Parishbuilt.com, parishbuilt.com. Go to the website. You'll see it pop up on the homepage. It's Ryan's money. I'm not putting up any of my money for this, by the way. It's all your money.
So we did 5 last month. That was really fun.
We gave away $5,000.
We gave away $5,000. We're giving away $10,000 this month. All you have to do is go to the website, parishbuilt.com, sign up for a free inspection. If we can come inspect your roof, you're entered into a chance to win $10,000. I am giving the money away. I'm personally coming to your house, and I'm giving you $10,000.
My bad.
We're going to pull, I think
on the 25th.
25th.
Yeah, April 25th.
So we'll announce it on April 25th. Who gets the 10 Jeebers?
All the deets online at parishbuilt.com. Do business with someone you know. Parish Construction Roofing, parishbuilt.com. All right, it is after further review. We're here live at Don Juan Cigar Bar in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management. You got to meet Russ. You see Shep? Shep's here. He's with us in hour number 1. I was like, and I asked him, we're finished up the segment. I was like, man, I told you I was only going to do 1 segment, but I want to ask you a few more things. Can you hang for another? He's like, yeah. As soon as we went to break, he put the headset down.
He gone. He's been out there working.
Well, no, I didn't get it, dude. They're like, he's hosting this event with dozens of clients, and I mean, I get it. And so I didn't want to tie it down. It's like, it's just like, I got you. And as soon as he's like, I'm like,
yeah, sure.
You're good, Shep. Pew! Gone. Maybe we'll get it back. We'll get it back at some point. All right, it is after further reviews. Stay with us. We'll continue live from Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center.
AFR.
We're brought to you by Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness. Visit yourgoodwood.com, yourgoodwood.com. Yes, they do ED treatments. And if you have trouble with ED, you know it. Yes, they've got pills, but they got other treatments as well. If the pills don't work or you want to try something else, they can help. But at the core of what they do is hormone replacement therapy, testosterone therapy, Sermorelin, other peptides that can help with so many. They have NAD medications as well for anti-aging, supplements for anti-aging. If you're unfamiliar with any of this stuff, it's okay. I understand it's not something commonly that people talk about in the mainstream. But the most basic way I can say it is if you want to feel like you did when you were younger, you can supplement yourself safely and affordably. No contracts, lowest prices. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness can help. So visit yourgoodwood.com to learn more, to set up your consultation. Again, online at yourgoodwood.com.
Family-owned and community-driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Huh. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
All right, we continue here from Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management. Of course, that's former Tiger great Russell Shepard, shepboyswaste.com if you want to learn more there. Terrio's in studio with us. We're set to get to Kick Rocks, but we do have some pretty significant breaking news, and this is not a joke. This just minutes ago from Ian Rappaport on Twitter. And I'll read you the tweet directly, and then we have to discuss this, because this is a very serious situation as it pertains to the Saints, both immediate, short-term, and long-term. From Ian Rappaport just about a dozen minutes ago. The Saints suddenly have major QB question. Starter Derek Carr is now dealing with a shoulder injury that threatens his availability for this season, sources say. Carr is weighing his options, including the possibility of surgery. Rappaport also noted Carr's 2024 season ended prematurely with a fractured non-throwing hand. Now a shoulder injury has put his availability for 2025 in doubt. Okay. A couple of things. My immediate reaction to this, and I know what some of you are thinking. Matt's probably celebrating. I've always said this. I never want to see a player get injured. I'm not celebrating Derek Carr's injury. Come on, I'm not a heathen. All right. and what I've always consistently said about Derek Carr is that he appears to be all the things you want people to be in life.
Sure.
A good man, husband, father, all that is paramount compared to whether or not you can lead a football team to wins. Okay, so because I know I'm going to get that from people. So let's just start there, just to say that, so I can move on without having to address that any further. I've also been very clear that Derek Carr gives you your best chance to win games in 2025. I've said in every time I've ever talked about Derek Carr, he is a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL. He is. He is a. There are top tier starters. There are mid level starters. There are low level starters. There are backups. There are practice squad guys. Derek Carr is a starter. It has always been my contention, however, that he is a bottom mid tier, upper low tier starting quarterback in the NFL. He's a low 20s. He's a 25-ish starting quarterback in the NFL. You're never winning anything great with him. But he's the best option you have in 2025. I mean, now you may not have him in 2025. This does, we don't know how long the Saints have known this. This certainly explains why the Saints have been so diligent in their pre-draft process with every quarterback, from Shedeur Sanders to Jackson Dart to Quinn Ewers to Kyle McCord, Tyler Shuck. I mean, they've done their Jalen Milroe. They've done their due diligence on all of them, and this certainly magnifies the need, not want, desire, curiosity, need for a quarterback, because you can't go into training camp with just Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener. Like that can't be all that you have. So do you draft a quarterback? Do you add a quarterback in veteran free agency? Now, my single biggest question here, like this news certainly explains why the Saints have been so diligent in the pre-draft process. It does not, however, explain why the Saints restructured Derek Carr's contract. Because in so doing, not only did Derek Carr's contract now hamstring the team this year, but also kicked money into next year, where his dead cap number is $59 million now, where he will, even if he's not on the team, he's counting $59 million against your cap next year because of the decision you made to restructure him this year. So that was, is, has been, will continue to be my issue. Now, did the front office not know of this shoulder issue at the time they restructured him? If not, is that negligence? Is this a new thing? Is it something that carried on from last year? I don't know the answer to that. We'll get that answer in time. But I do think this absolutely now calls into greater question the decision to restructure his contract, because it handicaps you for next season as well financially. So if Derek Carr is unavailable, now you look at what are your options. You have Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener on the roster, and you can obviously go draft a quarterback, be it at 9, at 40, somewhere else in the draft. You trade into late round 1 to get Jackson Dart. I don't know how all that's going to play out. I certainly think this means if Shedeur Sanders is on the board at 9, that this almost feels like a must now, that you're going to take Shedeur Sanders at 9 if he's on the board, if you don't have Derek Carr available. You have to have an option other than Rattler Haener. Or you go into veteran free agency. And this is the list of veteran free agent quarterbacks that are available right now in the NFL. The first name you blurted out was Aaron Rodgers. It sure seems like Aaron Rodgers is headed to Pittsburgh. And if you're Rodgers, the real question is, Rodgers is only still in this thing to try to win, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to win a title. The Saints are not, even with Aaron Rodgers, the Saints are not a contender. Drew Lock, Carson Wentz, Easton Stick.
Who?
Right. Teddy Bridgewater's interesting. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater was a great part of the 2018 team that won the it was the 1 seed, in the team that got Nola no-called. But Teddy Bridgewater's 32 years old and could certainly come in and be a veteran starter for you while you get the young guys some experience. C.J. Beathard, Tyler Huntley, Brent Rippon, Jeff Driscoll, Desmond Ridder. Those are the unrestricted free agent quarterbacks right now. Like, there's no great option.
No.
And so I'd ask you, would you rather one of those guys or draft a quarterback and start your transition? And for me, I think it's a very easy decision. None of those guys, what I would actually do is I would like to see them sign one of these veteran free agents and draft someone preferably at 9 if it's Shedeur Sanders. If not, if you trade back into round 1 and maybe take Jackson Dart. That would be my preference because, and I'll ask you to speak to this maybe from a pro athlete's perspective, the ability to sit and watch. I love the idea of drafting a quarterback and giving them the opportunity to sit and learn so as not to be thrust into it immediately. We've seen this several times. Patrick Mahomes sat for a year in 2017 before becoming the starter in 2018. Jordan Love sat behind Aaron Rodgers before taking over. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre before taking over. I could even point out a guy like Sam Darnold, who was thrown right into the fire in New York. It didn't go great.
Right.
He had a couple of vagabond years, Carolina, San Francisco, where he got to sort of just sit, watch, learn, process, grow, develop. Last year went to a good team in Minnesota where J.J. McCarthy gets injured. Now Darnold has to start and then win 14 games. Mm-hmm. So I think there's benefit to bringing in someone behind a veteran. And that's one of the reasons I kind of like the idea of drafting someone this year so they could sit for a year behind Carr and then take over next year. But, I mean, this is the report from Ian Rappaport that Derek Carr has a shoulder injury. It is quite possible that he will have surgery, which will end his 2025 season. And if so, that would end his time in New Orleans because he's not going to be on the roster in 2026. What are your thoughts?
I think the sitting thing is a case-by-case basis. I mean, you can point to guys that it's benefited for sure, but from a player standpoint, like, you're ready to go. You're a first-round draft pick quarterback. Peyton's going to have no problem going out there throwing a ton of picks because he knows once he gets this offense down, it's going to be over for everybody else. So from a developmental standpoint, a case-by-case basis, some guys can benefit from that. But I would say most competitors, most players are like, no. Give me the playbook, give me the rock, let me run this show. But one question I would ask, I mean, you alluded to it.
Real quick, before you go to your question, I'm coming back to your question. Yep. I'm sorry, but I want to follow up on your point. But is that a situation where sometimes, like, the adult in the room needs to save the young person from himself to say, no, like, I know you want to go, and as a competitor, I love that, but this is what's going to be better for you long term? Because we have seen situations where young quarterbacks play and they get wrecked early by their lack of success.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think it's a case-by-case basis. We don't really know how those young quarterbacks are going to handle it mentally if they're not having success. And then, what's the supporting cast look like around them? What does the division look like? How, so it's hard to make that blanket statement saying that it's great for them to sit. I can see advantages for sure. You just stated them.
Jaden Daniels would be the counter-argument.
But also, how can you mimic live reps? Like what better way to develop than developing on the field? I would argue that there's no way that it's more advantageous for a guy to sit and watch than it would be for them to go out there and get those reps, whether you win or lose. You would just have to know from a fan base, an ownership standpoint, and coaches we're going to take our lumps here, but these are valuable reps for the next 3, 4, 5 years. But no, look, the question I was going to ask you, and you alluded to it and you said it earlier, none of those quarterbacks on the unrestricted free agent list are going to impact the team and make the Saints a winning ball club. Fair? And
I don't see how any of those guys comes into this roster and makes them a contender. I mean,
is there a quarterback in the league right now, Pat Mahomes? If Pat Mahomes was wearing a Saints uniform, are the Saints a contender next year?
I think they win the NFC South. They're in the playoffs, and if you win your division, you're hosting a playoff game.
You got a chance.
So you're at least, I think you're hosting a playoff game. If Patrick Mahomes is your quarterback. Yeah. But none of these guys is the best quarterback in the NFL.
My question would be, what does the quarterback draft class look like next year? So why would you spend that capital in the first round on a guy, unless he's like the guy that he is the can't miss of all can't miss prospects, if next year's probably going to be a wash anyway?
But here's the problem. You don't know where you're picking next year. So there is a general consensus belief that next year's quarterback draft class is deeper than this year's.
Okay.
Right. So there's Cam Ward at the top of this draft, and everybody knows it. Who, by the way, I'm not sold on. If you gave me my pick, honestly, you gave me my pick of Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, I would take Shedeur Sanders over Cam Ward. I would. I'm not saying that's a popular opinion. I'm not saying I'm going to be right. I'm just saying, based on what I saw these guys do in school, measurables, ability, everything I saw, I would take Shedeur over Cam. For a lot of reasons I've already talked about. But yes, I mean, In theory, Arch could be in next year's draft, but we spoke to Jeff Duncan earlier in the week, who knows the Manning family well, and he said the belief is that Arch is going to spend at least 2 years as the starter at Texas. He's not coming out after next year. Garrett Nussmeier will be in next year's draft. You could see Lenora Sellers in next year's draft out of South Carolina. I mean, there is a feeling that next year will be a deeper draft class. But is it but there's always going to be unknowns. I mean, there is no such thing as a sure thing. There are guys who there's a consensus belief. But look, last year, that was Caleb Williams at the top of the draft, and the Bears passed on Jaden Daniels. That looks like a stupid decision now. Now, we'll see how it plays out over the next decade with those two guys. But after a year and both of them starting and both of them going to not great situations, I would actually argue Caleb went to a better offensively, had more talent around him offensively than Jaden Daniels did. I mean, when they drafted Roma Dunze, they were certainly better at running back. DJ Moore's on that roster. I mean, you had Cole Kmet. I mean, that was a better offensive roster. Jaden just elevated everybody. So I understand your point. Everyone who says wait till next year to draft a quarterback when it's a deeper class, but you don't know what quarterbacks are going to be in that draft class, and you don't know where you're going to be picking. And so I think sometimes in the draft you have to deal in the present. What is the situation I'm looking at now in this year's draft? And listen, if the Saints have Shadur Sanders like 40th on their board, then I don't think you take him at 9 because you need everything. So get a quarterback at 40 or in round 3. And it may not be the franchise-altering player, or maybe you get Russell Wilson in round 3. Maybe you get Jalen Hurts in round 2. Like, those things do happen. So it really is up to their board. But I think what's absolutely clear is if Derek Carr isn't going to play this year, you have to add another. You have to add you're not going into the year with Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener. You have to add a starter, either a high level draft pick or a free agent who has been a starter. And of the list we just went through, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is realistic because he's going to want to go somewhere where he can win or he's going to retire. And I think Teddy Bridgewater is probably the other guy that I would say, veteran dude, has been with the Saints, loves the city loved him. The whole bike life celebration and Choppa style, it was all Teddy in the locker room. People loved him. Riding his bicycle to the dome. I mean, that would be awesome if you wanted to go veteran, 1 year stopgap, and then bring in a rookie and let them all compete for that job with Kellen Moore there. But I mean, the Saints are a mess of an organization. The roster is old. It's expensive. You've got a starting quarterback now that you're invested in financially into your cap heavy for 2 years. He's likely not going to play this year. And then if he doesn't play this year, he certainly is going to be back on the roster next year. I mean, there just isn't a lot of good around this organization right now. I mean, it's just, as a Saints fan my entire life, I don't know. I mean, I watched there's people older than me who watched the 1-15 team in 1980. I mean, I was born in 82, so I didn't even see those teams. I've seen the successful era of the Saints, but I've seen some bad Saints football as well. This might be as low as it's been. I mean, Katrina was a completely different circumstance because of everything involved, and if there was even going to be a city to come back to, I understand. But I'm just talking about, and that that vagabond year they won 3 games, but I mean, this is as low a moment for the franchise aside from Katrina as I can remember where they are. So it just feels like success is so far on the horizon. It's almost like a dot in the distance you can't even see.
I remember maybe 2 or 3 years ago the dumpster fire for Nussmeier. I think we need to get that back going again.
Brother, you as a joke started dumpster fire for Nussmeier. Yeah. I think that was actually when he was a freshman.
Could be a real thing.
Or 21.
This could be a real thing.
And that was in 21. You started the dumpster fire for Nussmeier thing. And
sounds like a T-shirt. If anybody makes that T-shirt, I'm suing you. That's my thing. Dumpster fire for Nussmeier.
We're going to make it. We're going to get dumpster fire for Nussmeier ready to go, and we're going to get up on 929 Misfits today.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll get it. All right, it is After Further Review. We're here at Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center. Again, if you're just joining us, wondering what's going on, the news just coming down from Ian Rappaport. Derek Carr, shoulder injury, mulling surgery, could be done for the year. We're brought to you by First South Farm Credit, firstsouthland.com, firstsouthland.com. If you're thinking of buying land, your first call should be to First South Farm Credit. You want to buy hunting property? First South Farm Credit. In Louisiana? Yep. What if you want to buy hunting property in Mississippi? First South Farm Credit. What about Texas? First South Farm Credit. They got more than 40 branches across 3 different states, but they can help you buy land in any of the lower 48. And most of the people who buy land already own land. So remember, you can take equity from your land, put it toward a new property. As Mr. The Riot's fond of saying, they ain't going to make no more of it.
They don't make any more of it.
They don't make no more of it. You want to buy land, your first call should be to First South Farm Credit. Go to firstsouthland.com. That's firstsouthland.com. All right, we're here at Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center. Let me knock out a quick break. We'll come back. We were supposed to do Kick Rocks right there. Let's get to Kick Rocks. When we come back, we'll do Ask Ryan as well. Terrio's got to jump at 5 o'clock, so he's only spending 1 hour with us because he's got to go to Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Here's a good question. For Ask Ryan, let's quiz you on Are You Smarter Than it? So, like, we'll do 5th grade trivia, and we'll see how many you can get.
Okay.
All right, if you got Are You Smarter Than a 5th grader questions for Mr. The Riot, text him to the show or tweet me, and we'll get those to Terrio here to wrap up the hour. But we'll do Kick Rocks as we continue next here on AFR.
AFR.
Always love telling you about the Watermark and the Renaissance, the Watermark Downtown, Renaissance Southtown, 2 amazing hotel properties. And no matter what event you might have, like maybe grandma's coming in town for Easter, for graduation, certainly stay at the gorgeous Watermark Downtown or the Renaissance right there, Southtown of Bluebonnet. Maybe graduation is at the River Center. You have family coming in. They can stay at Watermark Baton Rouge. It's walking distance from the River Center, just right down 3rd Street. Oh, what a beautiful idea that is, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Stay at Watermark Baton Rouge. I mean, you can have brunch there Sunday at the Gregory, glass of wine, cocktail at the bar. Maybe you want just a sandwich. Milford's on 3rd, the sandwich shop, a little more casual. Enter through the hotel or the 3rd Street entrance. The original high-rise building in downtown Baton Rouge. It's Watermark Baton Rouge in downtown on 3rd Street.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime during this challenging event. And we're right there with you. Our mobile banking app is a smart way to manage your money and time. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
After Further Review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
All right, we're back. Terrio. All right, Terrio. How about that? Terrio just kicked the district attorney out of his chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hiller Moore was sitting here. We were conversing. By the way,
I'm going to walk out of here in handcuffs.
By the way, I got this. You did not know what to do with this pipe.
I don't know if you got it. You getting there? Nah, yeah, look at that. You look like Popeye. It smells so good.
I mean, I can't believe you struggled so mightily to get that thing going.
God,
I've never smoked a pipe in my life, and I got that thing rolling in 2 seconds. All right, what's my present?
I got you something.
Oh, you want to do kick rocks first, or you want to do the present?
Nope. I want to show you something.
All right, Terrio said he got me a present. I said, what is it? I tried to guess. He said, you'll never guess in a million. Like, his words were, you'll never guess in a million years. And I tried to guess some things. All right. We're here at Don Juan Cigar Bar in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management. Great crowd, too, here, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, what do we got? Oh, man, oh, man. All right, what are we doing?
Okay, you can
so
open
for those
that up.
listening, not watching, it's a foam food box, like a to-go box. Okay, this is bread pudding. This is blueberry bread pudding.
Nope.
Raisins?
Nope.
Grapes?
Nope.
What?
Yes.
Cadbury
egg
eggs?
bread pudding. And I saw it.
Where did you get it?
Mike Anderson's.
Oh, man.
I said, yep, I'm getting it for my boy because I even texted Eric. I said, isn't that what he likes? She goes, absolutely.
Cadbury eggs?
Yes.
Well, one year for Easter, you brought me a big bag of Cadbury eggs and left it at my house on the doorstep.
Bro, look at that thing. It's got some weight to it now.
Here's the thing. So I love not the Cadbury cream eggs, the ones with the hard shell, right? What you have here. What's interesting about this is the heat of the bread pudding. You know how the hard shell, it's crunchy. It's melted the hard shell.
Oh,
so it's actually very soft. You have to get in here and try this. I know you love sweets.
Is it unbelievable? I know, but I only eat sweets when the sun's down. That's my
like
rule.
at 10 o'clock at night when it's really healthy to do it?
That's just when I do it.
This is amazing. Thank
It's
you so
unbelievable,
much.
yeah.
I love it.
I got to get that for my boy.
You know what? I would love to tell you to kick rocks, but I'm going to give you a hug instead. Yeah. I'm giving Ryan a hug. But anyway, hugs or kick rocks. If you're not going to hug, then kick rocks. Hit it, Muse. I'm eating some bread pudding.
It's time to kick rocks with Ryan Terrio.
Kick rocks.
Presented by Ruckus. Kick rocks with shoes from Ruckus. Jones Creek Road in Baton Rouge, or go to ruckus103.com.
Tom Brady can kick rocks. That's a standing kick rocks, but this one's
a perpetual kick rock.
Kick rocks.
Did you prepare?
Yeah. Okay, you can kick rocks for being a middle midget.
Kick rocks.
Costing your team 4 points.
I think you can kick a whole bag of rocks for that.
Get on down the road and kick rocks.
All right.
All right, Mr. The Riot.
Saw a
Hit it.
disturbing post the other day. My boy Jared Jones standing out in front of a porta-slammer
Bro.
in Thibodeau at Nichols.
What in the world was that?
What are we doing? Like, I mean, okay. Nichols State University has one of the most beautiful sports setups at Thibodeau Regional. I don't know if you've seen this play. It is awesome. They have done an amazing job. And I hear that there's more stuff coming. I'm very excited and fired up for Nichols State University. Very cool spot. However, if you make the opposing team drop a deuce and a porta-slammer during the game, you can kick rock.
Hey, do you think he was going 1 or 2?
2.
Do you think so?
Yes. If he was going 1, he was going in the dugout in a cup and have everybody come around him.
I don't think so.
That's the move. Go in the
Is
corner
it?
of the dugout, pee in the garbage can.
That's what you do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But you do not drop a deuce in the
Not at the
garbage
dugout.
can.
No.
Not in the dugout.
So you think he was going in with the batting helmet on and everything?
1,000%.
Wow.
1,000% he was. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the players in line at a porta potty,
Bro.
in full uni, spikes, and he's wearing the batting helmet too.
Well, come on. I mean, you guys are
doing?
better than that. Y'all are, man.
But
Y'all are
are
on the
they?
come up. Yes. Dude,
Okay.
Nichols is on the come up.
Okay.
It's nice. That's not nice.
No, that's not good. That's really bad.
The quarterback over at Tennessee, Nico something or other.
Iamaleava, my favorite player now.
That guy's in contract negotiations.
Yep, go get your money, kid.
Contract negotiations went public.
Mm-hmm.
Nico something or other signed an
Iamaleava.
$8 million NIL deal to go to Tennessee and play football.
You jealous you never made $8 million?
Now,
in an NIL deal?
Because he can leave and just go wherever he wants, whenever he wants. He wants to go back to the table and negotiate for more money.
Yeah, great idea.
And he stinks.
Kinda.
And this is everything that's wrong with college sports at the moment.
Why?
I'm perfectly fine with you getting your money. They're going to give you $8 million. You stink. They still got to pay you your $8 million.
Yeah.
But you should not be able to just leave whenever you want to leave. Okay?
Why not?
I'm fine with the NIL. I think it's great.
Sure.
Transfer portal with just no holds barred? No.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
There needs to be a buyout clause. You want to leave? Sure. Give the money back.
Why?
Because you can't just leave. That's not how the world works. You can't
He's leaving. He's not going to get the money that's owed to him in the future.
You can't say you're going to do something and then not do it. That's
oh, really?
not. Yeah.
What
no.
about pro athletes that are under contract, outperform their contract, and hold out?
Then they don't get paid.
What if
He
they
needs
hold
to hold
out?
out. Okay,
And
well then don't play.
And then they do get paid.
Well, then Nico can't play then.
Right, he won't until
But
he gets
right now,
paid.
he
will.
can just
They'll pay.
leave.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's not.
Why
That's
not?
not fine. That is not right.
Why not?
Because there's no checks and balances here, man.
So why is that not right?
It needs to be a contract. You sign a contract.
Okay, well there isn't.
And you honor
Got
that
it.
contract.
So there isn't.
But
So
there needs to
okay,
be.
so there isn't. So he's not violating anything that's
He's
currently
not.
in place.
No, he's
so
not.
what's the problem?
He's not.
So you
Because
just don't like it.
I hate it.
I hate it. I said
Not
this in
that I
hour
don't
number
like
one. I've yet in this whole NIL world ever to have anyone, literally anyone ever, make any type of concrete argument to contradict my feelings on it. It is always an intangible. It's about feeling. It's about emotion. It's about loyalty.
Yeah.
It's about integrity. That's what I hear all the time.
Mm-hmm.
No one can ever give you a concrete, like I can say to an NFL player, you signed a 4-year, $100 million contract. You signed the deal. Like if you were planning on outperforming that, well then don't sign a 4-year deal. Would you? Who's your boy said sign one? Lincecum. Would you sign 1-year deals? Like you have a means to do what you want, but you wanted the security on the front end. You outperformed your contract, and so now you want more money. Tough. We signed you to a 4-year deal. That's our benefit. We took a lot of risk going you up front. Like there's ways around it. In college football, that don't exist. So God bless his kid. He's doing what's perfectly within his right to do what he wants to do.
It is perfectly within his right.
Good for you,
him
kid.
to
Go
do-
get it.
to
Go
him
get
to
your money.
Do what he's doing.
Go get your money.
Doesn't mean it's right.
Because you just don't feel good about it.
It's not right. That's not
What's
how
that-
you.
right.
That's
It's
not
not
the real.
right.
That's not the real world. So what's going to happen to Nico in the real world?
Hold on. No. Because I gave this example. Okay. I work at ESPN Radio in Baton Rouge for Guarantee Media.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 2-year contract with Guarantee Media. If today my guy Jeff Martindale at ESPN Radio in Bristol walks through that door and goes, Scone, we're calling you up. 4-year deal, come to Bristol, we're paying you $1 million a year.
No.
Guess where I am
He
tomorrow.
gone. You're gone.
Guess where I am tomorrow.
No, I understand that.
G, love you. Peace. I'm out.
I gotta go
tomorrow.
I
gone.
gotta go do it. No, I totally.
But is that not right?
No,
but I have a contract, and I have to honor that.
No, that is right. I get what you're saying. There's this thing called a non-compete too, by the way. Those things are real too.
And you know what?
And
in my non-compete, there are specific regions that are applicable. I have a non-compete in my contract. I can't leave for a radio station in New Orleans or in certain areas. Yeah, I got that in my contract, so I couldn't. And Guarantee would hold me up to that non-compete, and they'd be within their right to do it.
So let's say this then.
Nico ain't got a non-compete.
It doesn't exist. The rules don't exist in college football. Here's my point. They need to exist.
Well, they don't. So go get your money in the meantime, kid.
Ja Morant is now throwing a grenade to celebrate things when he does good things on the basketball court. He stopped with this.
He's no longer doing the gun.
He stopped with the gun.
He's pulling the pin and throwing
He pulls a pin, and now he throws a grenade when he does something good.
What an idiot.
How about you don't celebrate every time you make a shot, Ja Morant? You're an idiot. You act like an idiot. Act like you've been there before. Get your butt back and play defense. This guy's a clown. Kick rocks.
Are you done? We got to go.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, we're done. We will grab a break. We'll have like a very, very short segment coming back. Blame Derek Carr. He ruined everything at AFR.
After further
We're
review.
brought to you by Rouse's, the official supermarket of the New Orleans Saints. Rouse's.com, Rouse's.com. Okay, so it's Friday and Lent, so you need a seafood option, right, for dinner?
Yep.
Because you're not eating meat because you're Catholic and you don't eat meat on Fridays and Lent. So here's what you do. You go to Rouse's. They got boiled crawfish, boiled shrimp. They've got the seafood bar as well, the seafood spectacular. It's like dozens of different options. You get your styrofoam container like this, except the full-size one, and you load it with as much as you want. It's $9.99 a pound. How about that? $9.99 a pound. Load it with whatever you want. All the seafood options at Rouse's. Also, grab-and-go sushi, made fresh every single day there at Rouse's. In the containers, something different for everyone. You like crunchy, tempura. Your wife likes salmon or spicy tuna. Boom, 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 grab and go. They got it all. They got it all at Rouse's, the official supermarket of the New Orleans Saints. Rouse's.com, Rouse's.com. They got them everywhere.
Yep.
It's Rouse's. This feels like home.
At Luba Workers' Comp, our journey began over 30 years ago with a simple belief. Our clients come first.
At Luba, our business has always been focused on people, not policies.
Through every success and challenge, we've continued to grow because we've stayed true to our values, committed to providing you with genuine dependability.
Because your well-being is more than a priority. It's our purpose.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram be your trusted partners in finding your perfect vehicle. The crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'.
There it is, the extra mile. On the border of expected and extraordinary for those willing to go further. Like vans customized for work or play. With safety and tech to keep you connected. Supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team. And backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
All right, we got 2 minutes. Terrio's here. We're at Don Juan Cigar Bar. Love telling you about Parish Construction and Roofing and Parish Restoration. Want to kill mold, remove odor? Yeah, I bet Parish Restoration could come in here, spray. You take the whole smoke odor out of this. AFR is brought to you by Shawbills Tire and Auto Service, ShawBillsTire.com, ShawBillsTire.com. Heading into the weekend, I know for a lot of people, maybe you're hitting the road for Easter. Hey, before you hit the road, make sure you get your vehicle in tip-top shape, right? Shawbills can help you do it. If you want name brand tires at wholesale prices, Shawbills Tire and Auto Service. They'll sell you the best tires on the road at the cheapest price possible. And the great thing about Shawbills, there's many great things, but they treat you like family. It's not just a mission statement. It's not just something that they put on a piece of paper to put on the wall. It's something they live. I told you so many stories before. You've lived this as well, where you have damage to a tire. They'll patch your tire. They'll repair your tire for free. They'll get you in and out. And people are always stunned. They're like, no charge? No charge. Because that's just the way when they opened their doors in 1958, that's what Mr. Charlie said. 1968. That's what Mr. Charlie said was the right way to do business, the right way to treat people. It's ShawBillsTire.com.
At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram be your trusted partners in finding your perfect vehicle. The crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
The Windsor Senior Living Community in Mandeville, Louisiana is a beautiful, vibrant apartment community geared toward seniors. They are nestled right in the heart of Mandeville, where seniors live a more carefree lifestyle in spacious apartments with the peace of mind that comes from having a little extra help. Call the Windsor at 985-624-8040 to schedule a lunch and tour. Come see how the Windsor can be your passport to peace of mind.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
When you can't rely on technology, you can rely on Mountain Cold Refreshment. Dave's back on. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Sports Center. I'm Doug Brown. Second round of the Masters today at Augusta National, right now on ESPN and the ESPN app. Justin Rose in the clubhouse with a 71 today. He's at 8 under. He leads by 1 over Bryson DeChambeau and by 2 over Rory McIlroy and Corey Connors, who have finished for the day, and also by 2 over Scotty Scheffler and Tyrrell Hatton, who are still on the course. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Browns will sign veteran QB Joe Flacco to a 1-year contract worth $4 million. Cleveland's Deshaun Watson is recovering from a torn right Achilles and could miss most or all of the upcoming season.
The performance comes when, your back is against the wall. It comes better because you kind of got to really lock in. You don't have anything pretty much to lose. And I feel like that's where I'm at right now. Everyone's doubting me. Everyone don't believe in me. Everyone don't think that I can get back to where I was.
Deshaun Watson. ESPN has learned Tennessee quarterback Nico Iamaleava did not show up for spring practice today.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Matt Moscona.
I'm very important.
After further review.
Say it one more time.
After further review with Matt Moscona.
And here we go.
Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studio.
That's right. Woo!
Hour 3, off we go. Welcome aboard. Glad you're with us. It's AFR, presented by and live from Don Juan Cigar Bar. We are here in Town Center. Been a really good show so far, here in conjunction with Russell Shepard and Shep Boys Waste Management. Little business, marketing, a lot of former players here as well. Russ, Jay Hilly, Jeremy Hill was by here a bit ago. Okay, great. Jordan Jefferson, Lamine Barrow, a lot of Tigers from that era here. The spring game, or spring practice as they're calling it, the open practice, is tomorrow in Tiger Stadium. So, we're going to continue catching up with those guys here as we move throughout the afternoon. So glad to have you hanging aboard with us. LSU and Auburn open up their series about 1 hour from right now in over on the Plains at Plainsman Park. And whenever that lineup is posted, we'll get to it. But every Friday here in the top of hour number 3, we visit with our guy Ben Mintz from Barstool Sports. Mitzi, how are you, man?
Man, I'm doing well. Excited for a big weekend of baseball, man. What a weekend in the SEC. You got LSU and Auburn and the Tennessee Ole Miss storylines tonight are unbelievable. Liam Doyle, Tennessee ace, played for Ole Miss last year, and then their power hitter Andrew Fisher, both back to Swayze. Against Hunter Elliott. Big series there. Really curious about Arkansas and Georgia. How will Georgia respond after getting swept by Texas? That ought to be a good one, too.
Mincy, before we talk baseball and we'll get to our picks, I got to know, man, what did you end up doing with your Florida Futures ticket for the national championship?
I hedged out a little bit, but I had some on Houston before the game to where I'd make money either way. But yeah, I ended up doing real well.
Okay.
So I didn't hedge too big. Like I ended up I had the 28-1, and I think I ended up making like $2,000. So
okay.
I hedged out like 800.
That's awesome. So Mincy, he told us back in December, had a ticket at 28-1 on Florida to win the Natty. So it would have paid $100 would have paid him out $2,800. So a slight hedge, but still to come away $2,000. That's the way to do it, man. I mean that's the prudent way to go about making sure that you reach profitability. You got anything on the Masters?
Yeah, dude, funny you mentioned it. I got 125 to win $2K on Bryson DeChambeau. Okay. One back. He was the only one I took, too. So I'm feeling like I'm kind of hot right now.
My guys are winning the futures bets, man. I love it, dude. It's funny. We had Jimmy Odd is over in Monaco watching tennis, but we had all of his contributors give their Max was kind enough to make sure that he sort of correlated or aggregated all the contributors' picks and put them up. One of them was Justin Rose is the first-round leader at 66-1. It paid out, Mincy.
Oh, wow.
I know.
That's incredible.
So look, it pays to play with the Otter and his band of merry handicappers. These guys are pretty good, know what they're doing, man. So we'll see how the rest of the weekend plays out. Hey, man, give me a thought. You mentioned the Ole Miss series this weekend against Tennessee. Concern level on the Vols after last weekend losing the series at home to A&M, the manner in which they did?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to come out pretty angry. And look, when you look at Tennessee, I mean, they had a really bad Saturday, but that's the only bad day they've had all year. And, I feel like they're going to be really fired up. I remember 3 years ago when Tennessee had that 2022 team that choked to Notre Dame. They swept Ole Miss and Oxford around this time of year, just completely left like blood on the field. And that was the year Ole Miss came back and won the title. I kind of think Tennessee's going to win 2 out of 3. I think Ole Miss is fighting, but I'm kind of, I lean Tennessee a little bit. We'll get to this line though. The line tonight, pretty wild. Hunter Elliott coming back at plus $1.80 at home. So, I mean, I'm kind of looking at that. That's a good price on him.
That is a pretty good price when you got Hunter Elliott on the mound. All right, let's get to it, Muse. Hit our open there for Mincy.
Play ball!
It's time to cash some tickets. Let's preview the college baseball weekend with Ben Mintz of Barstool Sports. Presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook.
All right, Mincy, Paul O'Neill, he's out today. So Paul's the one who keeps our running total and scores. Muse obviously was out last week, so I don't have the updated standings. We'll have to do a 2-week update next week when we're here. But unless if you remember offhand how you did, I don't remember how I did.
I don't remember because I'm betting games every day. So
Right.
It's just all running together.
No, I totally understand. So when Paul's back next week, we'll do a 2-week catch-up. Why don't you go ahead and start us off? What do you have today?
All right, I'm starting out with the I'm going to go with over 11.5 in South Carolina, Texas A&M. Last night, A&M won on a walk-off bomb by Caden Thorell in the 10th. A&M pitched their ace, Ryan Prager, last night. I do think A&M's offense is finally coming alive because they've got a couple key injured guys back. So I'm gonna fire that over 11.5 at College Station.
All right, over 11.5. Muse, jump on the mic. Give us your first one.
I'm taking Texas minus 1.5 on the road at Kentucky, coming back at $1.30. Jared Spencer was awesome a week ago. I think he follows that up, and I really don't think Kentucky's very good.
All right, you all know my standard play that I'll always go. I'll look for the biggest total on the board for the weekend, and I'll go under that or on the Friday. And I'll go under. So the biggest number on the board is BYU and Utah. I can't tell you I know much about any, but look, man, the Holy War on dirt, BYU and Utah, the total's 14.5, so I'll go under 14.5 for BYU and Utah. Mincy, you have anything on either of those teams? Do you know anything about either of them?
I have one thing for you, man.
All right,
that
all right.
series this is the second game of that series, so I don't know if that applies because they played last night.
It probably should, but you know what, Mincy? I don't care. I already called it. I'm going with it. Whatever. I'm not overthinking this thing, man.
Nah, fair enough.
All right, what's your second one, man?
Oh, dude, I'm a homer. We're probably going to get smoked, but you're giving me Hunter Elliott plus 180. I mean, my God, that's just too good a price. I'm happy to lose if they lose, but give me Ole Miss plus 180. That's just too good a price.
Ole Miss plus 180. All right, Muse, what's your second?
Take a flyer on the Kansas Jayhawks. They're on the road at TCU. They're coming back even money on the money line. Pretty scrappy little KU bunch. So I'll go rock chalk Jayhawk there.
My second, Mincy, I'm kind of aligned with you, but I'm actually going to take Ole Miss on the run line in this ball game. They're minus 110, plus 2.5. I don't know that I like Ole Miss to win the game, but I do think Ole Miss, in that ballpark, with a good offensive team, and especially with the pitching matchup we have, I don't know that this game gets away from either team. I'll take Ole Miss plus the 2. I'm not bold enough to pick Ole Miss to win the game, but I'll pick Ole Miss on the run line plus 2.5 tonight. Mincy, what's your third one?
Third one, I'm going to that Texas-Kentucky game too, but I'm going with the under. Kentucky's ballpark, not really a hitter's paradise. Jared Spencer pitching for Texas, who I love. And I think Kentucky's still very competitive. I don't think they're great, but I don't think they're terrible. I think the under is 11. I believe it was 11 the last I saw. So I'm going under 11 Texas.
All right, Muse.
Yeah, final one. We're going to Norman, Oklahoma. We're taking Vanderbilt as a road favorite, minus $1.35. Kyson Witherspoon, some back spasms. His start has been pushed to Saturday, so you're seeing a different starter for Oklahoma tonight. I'll take Vandy on the road as the favorite.
Well, that probably scraps my third because I saw Oklahoma getting a run and a half with Witherspoon on the mound. I was like, I'll take that all day long. But if he's being scrapped, then I got to scramble to find something else. So I'll take a flyer tonight on. Give me Miami at home on the money line at plus 120 against Duke. I have no reason for it other than I'm just going to pick that. I'm going to take Miami at home plus 120 against Duke. So there we go.
All right.
Mincy, you have any thought on that whatsoever?
No, I mean, it's at Miami. Duke's been a little disappointing this year. You know, they won the ACC tournament last year and were a 2-seed in the tournament, but they hadn't been. That whole ACC's been kind of weird other than Clemson. It was hyped up to be this, like, super tough league, but Carolina and Virginia have been struggling. I mean, I don't know. It's been kind of a weird year where the top – it doesn't seem like it's what it was supposed to be.
Can I ask y'all one other thing? If any of you know, like, I'm not seeing Georgia, Arkansas on the board at DraftKings right now. Do we know why that game is off the board?
I think it may have started at 6 Eastern.
I'm sorry?
Started at 6 Eastern.
Oh, at 6 Eastern. Okay, that explains it. Because that was going to be my other play. I was going to take Georgia at home. But no worries. I'll stick with Miami on Miami on the money line plus 120. Mitzi, what else you got going this weekend, man?
Man, I'm watching the Masters. I'm cheering for DeChambeau.
I bet you are.
I'm watching a bunch of college baseball, and then we got a little Stanton Moore from Galactic and Nola and Eric Krasno got a little show on Sunday afternoon. Little New Orleans music up in Chicago. So I think I may get out and check that out.
Love it, man. I'll be up in Chicago next month, Mitzi, for the.
Yeah, we got to get some dinner reservations.
Would love to, man. I'll be up there for the Barrett Sports Media Conference at the beginning of May, so I look forward to being up there, and we'll look you up, man. We'll do it again next week, Mitzi. We'll have the updated standings, man. Thanks so much for the time, as always, bud.
All right, thank you.
Be well. That's Ben Mintz of Barstool Sports, of course, a DraftKings partner. We appreciate him for joining us. We're brought to you by Relief Windows and ReliefWindows.com. Energy-efficient replacement windows, beautiful entry doors, Hardy plank, vinyl siding, shutters. They do it all. By the way, their entry doors, I know they say this all the time, they're a composite, and it comes finished in your favorite color, and they will not warp. Like, this is once and done forever. Like, the true test was back in the Great Flood of 2016. Relief Windows had a bunch of homeowners that had these doors installed. Their homes unfortunately flooded, but the doors didn't warp. I mean, it's really one of those things where you could take it off the hinges, throw it in a pond for 20 years, take it off, and then put it back on the hinges, and it won't warp. So when I say beautiful entry doors, don't let that just be a dismissal. Like, if you're looking to replace the entry doors at your home, make sure you call Relief Windows. 288-8138, 288-8138, 288-8138, or ReliefWindows.com. Windows, door siding, they do shutters as well. Relief Windows and ReliefWindows.com. All right, y'all, we are here at Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center. Y'all come on by, man. This place is jumping right now. Really, ever since we started the show, people knocking off of work. It's 5:13 in the afternoon. People are coming on by. It's been a great day. Big shout out to Russell Shepard, former Tiger great, Shep Boys Waste Management. We're doing this remote in conjunction with Shep. They do industrial waste management and removal. So you can go to the website there at it's shepboyswaste.com. Portable restrooms, hand wash stations, luxury restroom trailers, so much more rental solutions. Started in Houston. They moved where Shep's from. They moved into Louisiana, and plans, as he told us, to move all the way along the east, the south and up the east coast toward North Carolina. So, great dude. We appreciate Shep for hanging out with us here. And obviously, as we're heading toward the spring game or the open practice tomorrow, so there's a lot of alumni events for the former LSU football players here on this weekend, where so many former players come back for the spring game. A lot of the NFL guys are back in town and all that stuff. So a lot of them are gathering here at Don Juan. They have an alumni event after this. So we're excited to be here and be at one of our favorite places at Don Juan Cigar Bar, where T-Bob and I are for whiskey and wine all throughout the LSU football season. Okay, y'all, it is after further review. We're glad to have you aboard with us here. We're under an hour away from first pitch with LSU and Auburn on the Plains. Waiting for the lineup to be posted. As I check, it is posted. All right, so let's do this. As soon as we break, we'll come back. We'll take a look at the starting nine for LSU here in Game 1 against Auburn. Give you a little thumbnail preview of the Tigers versus the Tigers from the Plains. We'll do that as we continue. It's a Friday edition of AFR live from Don Juan Cigar Bar. We'll continue next.
AFR.
Hey, remember, now that we're in turnaround season, you got to make sure that you familiarize yourself, if you haven't yet, with the Advanced Turnaround Group over at Action Industries. The Advanced Turnaround Group is a subsidiary of Action Industries. So the same great company, but this is an independent arm of the company that specializes in your turnaround jobs. They're experts in turnaround work. The experts at the Advanced Turnaround Group from Action Industries, they provide unmatched experience. It's more than 4 decades now in turnaround management. They offer specialty welding. Of course, you're going to get the personalized attention that we always talk about with Action Industries. It's one of the benefits of them being local and not growing beyond their capabilities of managing your size job. actionindinc.com, Action Industries Incorporated. That's actionindinc.com.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime during this challenging event. And we're right there with you. Our mobile banking app is a smart way to manage your money and time. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram be your trusted partners in finding your perfect vehicle. The crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
Baton Rouge's home for real rock. It's Eagle 98.1. Foo Fighters. Led Zeppelin. AC/DC. Pearl Jam. And the flagship home for LSU sports. Take us anywhere with the Eagle 98.1 app. Eagle 98.1 is the rock station.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Huh. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
We roll along here from Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center on this Friday, brought to you by Don Juan Cigar Bar in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management. So glad to be here today and a great crowd. We thank everybody who has come out, and if you're listening or watching, thanks for being there with us. I told you that I wanted to get to the LSU starting lineup. Let me give it to you, the starting lineup for the game. I'll react to it in the next segment, though, because I do want to I'm getting a lot of comments on the text line and on Twitter, people asking about the Derek Carr news, because as I understand, it's, not everybody sits here and listens to 3 straight hours. People are in and out of their cars. They listen in and out. Derek Carr might very well be done for the 2025 season, so I'll get to my thoughts on that. I'll sort of reset it for those that missed it here in a second. So tonight, what you need to know is Pearson's in right and Fry's going to DH. So you're facing Sam Dutton, who's a righty. So normally this is where you would load the lineup with lefties. Reeves is at third base, but Fry's in the lineup at DH despite being a righty. Normally this is where you would see Brown in right, Pearson at DH to load with lefties, but they're keeping Fry in the lineup. So no change to the top third. Curiel, Jones, Dickinson. Then Pearson, Fry, Milam. And the bottom third, Hernandez, Reeves, Stanfield. Of course, Stanfield gets the opportunity tonight to go against his former team. Cade Anderson on the bump against former LSU Tiger Sam Dutton, who will get the ball for Auburn. If you missed the news, I guess a little more than an hour ago, Ian Rappaport broke the news that Derek Carr might very well miss the entire 2025 season. So Derek Carr has had some type of new shoulder injury that is threatening his availability for the 2025 season. According to Rappaport, Derek Carr is weighing his options, which includes the possibility of surgery. And, of course, when Carr went airborne in the game against the Giants and Landon broke his hand, his non-throwing hand, his season ended prematurely a year ago, and that was after he was already battling the injury that he suffered against Kansas City. And, you know, this is what I have to know about this is, what did the Saints know? I mean, first of all, I'm very sympathetic to Derek Carr. I know some people will roll their eyes at that, but I've always thrown out the caveat with Derek Carr every time I've talked about him, that it's never been I've never criticized Derek Carr, the person. I certainly don't ever want anybody to be injured. He appears to be a good man, husband, father, all those things. I don't want anybody to be hurt. So if you're a cynic to that, then that's on you. But I would never root for somebody to be injured. Also, Derek Carr does present the Saints their best opportunity to win in 2025 if he's healthy, right? I mean, you're still talking about a veteran player that is a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL. My contention has always been just that he is not an elite starting quarterback in the NFL. We got an 11-year sample size to know what he is, and what he is a lower mid-tier, upper bottom-tier starting quarterback in the NFL. He's a 20s starter if you're ranking the quarterbacks. I mean, everybody's got him in that 20, 24, 27 type range. Okay, that's what he is. But that's a better option in 2025 than Jake Haener or Spencer Rattler or presumably a rookie quarterback who you may sign. Here's my single biggest question, and certainly my biggest issue as all this has transpired. It's the offseason. What did Derek Carr do from the moment the Saints restructured his contract to now to injure that shoulder? That's my biggest issue here. Because the Saints' decision, they had a decision to make in this offseason. And they certainly could have chosen not to restructure Derek Carr's contract. He would have carried a giant cap hit this year, but they would have been done with him after this year, and your cap hit for next year would have been reduced dramatically. In making the decision to restructure Derek Carr's contract, they created about $30 million in cap space this year, but that means next year your dead cap number is $59 million. So if you cut Derek Carr, which we all presume they will before next season, he's still going to count nearly $60 million against your cap next year. That's because of the decision you made this year to just a month ago to restructure Derek Carr's contract. So did they know a month ago that he was facing this issue? If so, why would you restructure his contract, paralyzing your cap both this year and next year? That's the big issue that I have with this whole situation, because Derek Carr can't help the fact that he's injured. But did he know something that he didn't disclose? That's a giant question that you have to have answered at this point. Or did the New Orleans Saints know that he had this injury and restructured him anyway? Because in 2026, Derek Carr is going to carry a dead cap hit number. A cap hit number of $69 million next year. His dead cap number next season, Derek Carr's dead cap number next season, will be, forgive me, I have that wrong. No, yeah, forgive me, I had it right. His cap number 69, his dead cap number next year is $59.6 million. So you cut Derek Carr next year, he counts nearly $60 million against the cap next season. Like, that's the giant problem that you have here, is you made the decision to put yourself in a vulnerable financial spot next year with Derek Carr to be able to have him at your disposal this year as your starter with younger quarterbacks presumably behind him, and now you don't have him this year. He's still going to count after the restructure $20.4 million against your cap this year and another $60 million in a dead number next year, provided he's not on the team. You put yourself in a negative situation now for 2 consecutive years when you're not going to get another snap out of him. That is gross mismanagement if they knew about this injury. And even if they didn't know about the injury at the time, it only further illustrates why continuing to hitch your wagon to Derek Carr has proven time and again to be a poor decision. I mean, at some point, all of us in life make bad decisions, and it could be in business, it could be in personal relationships. And whenever you identify, the moment you identify, like, this is a bad path I'm going down. Like, if you've been in a relationship that you knew was going to end badly, like there was a deal breaker that you're never going to be able to get past, and you stay with that person longer and longer and longer, you're only exacerbating the problem. Like, a lot of people have been in personal relationships like that. Maybe it's your job. Maybe, like, you're at a job that you hate, you know you don't want to be at, and instead of just quitting and moving on to something new, you stay in the bad job that you hate, only further compounding the problem. Like, that's what the Saints have done here with Derek Carr. They've further compounded the issue by continuing to hitch themselves to him financially for multiple years with the restructure. And now as a result of that, he's going to count $60 million against your cap next year. And now with this injury, you're not even going to have him this season. So I don't know, man. I feel for Derek Carr for the injury, but we've got to get clarity on when the injury occurred, when he knew it was severe, when the team knew it was severe. Whenever we start to get those answers, we'll have a much better sense of how to actually react to this news. But the one thing that's certain is if Derek Carr opts for surgery and is unavailable for this season, then you have to add another quarterback. Like, you will not go into the season with just Jay Kaner and Spencer Rattler. You are going to add somebody, be it in veteran free agency, the draft, or both, which I think has to be in consideration now. One of the reasons, as the Saints have been doing their due diligence with the quarterback situation, is obviously at some point along the way they knew this reality with Derek Carr, but also because they're planning on bringing in a quarterback, either to be a contender for this year or to learn from and grow under Derek Carr. Well, now you look at the free agent quarterback market, and that's what goes to – I mean, this is the part of that – as we just sort of talk through this, as it's unfolding, I mean, the Saints have not been active. It's so nonsensical. Like, as I'm just processing, I realize, like, I'm externally processing this thing as we move through it, but it doesn't make a lick of sense. Like, if the Saints knew Derek Carr was going to be out, they would not have restructured his deal. If the Saints knew Derek Carr was going to be out, they would have been more active in veteran free agency. Not to say that they would have gone after an elite-level starting quarterback in this free agent class, but I mean, you look at the guys who signed in this free agent class. I mean, Justin Fields was available. Daniel Jones was available. Jacoby Brissett was available. Russ was available. Mac Jones, Josh Dobbs, Jameis was available again. Guys who have been starting quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, Joe Flacco just signed back with the Browns. I mean, I'm not saying any of these guys are amazing options. I'm not saying any of these guys are causing you to win championships. You're not winning a championship with Derek Carr, but my point is, if you knew Derek Carr wasn't going to be available, you absolutely would have signed a veteran quarterback or a quarterback in veteran free agency that was affordable, like a one-year bridge to whatever it's going to be, the quarterback you draft this year or to next year if you're active in the draft class. It just continues to show gross mismanagement in every level of this organization, man. Whether it's veteran free agency, whether it's how they manage the draft, whether it's how they manage contracts and the salary cap, it's why you're a bad organization. I know a lot of people, and I get the feedback from a lot of you, and there was a gentleman who just walked up to me and said, man, stay on Mickey, man. I love stay on Mickey. But I get a lot of feedback from y'all, too, who are like, man, all you do is dump on the Saints all the time. Please tell me, like, what's the positive thing you want me to say about this organization right now? Like, what is the rose-colored glasses that I can look through, that perspective, to tell you what you want to hear from this organization right now. I mean, they have been – they are an old, expensive roster. They got the worst situation against the cap. You're now financially bound to a quarterback for 2 years that you're not going to have play for you, apparently. You've got the 9th pick. There's mass disagreement on what approach you may take in the draft at quarterback this year if you choose to take a quarterback. You've got an expensive veteran roster of players who are nowhere near the value of their contracts with their level of output anymore, from Tyrann Mathieu and Cam Jordan. I mean, you went and signed Brandon Cooks to a multi-year deal when he has regressed 3 consecutive years, and he has the same physical mold as Rashid Shaheed, although Shaheed's younger and better. There's nothing there to latch on to. I mean, I guess if you want to look at the most optimistic point of view, maybe it's Kellen Moore, and you say you got this 36-year-old coach who people are high on, was the OC of the Super Bowl champion, and give him time and allow him to build the roster, and all that sounds fine. But if his fingerprints are on the decision-making around this roster to restructure Derek Carr, to bring in Chris Olave, Brandon Cooks, I don't know, y'all. I'm at as low a point on the New Orleans Saints as I've been probably in my lifetime. I mean, there were a lot of brown paper bag days. Late 80s, early 90s, that run was fun. Winning a playoff game in 2000 when Akeem dropped the ball was fun. The Ditka era was an absolute disaster. After you win the playoff game, Jim Hazelate just fell face first the rest of the way. Katrina was the lowest point, obviously, in the organization for a different reason. But, man, the fall for the Saints has felt – maybe it's just me. I don't know if you agree with this, but the fall for the Saints feels so much harder because of the heights that you had reached. Like, because you had gone through 40 years of being one of the worst professional sports franchises in North American professional sports. I mean, it took you 35 years to win a playoff game. I mean, you didn't make the playoffs till 19. You didn't make the playoffs first 20 years of your existence, from 67 to 87. You didn't win a playoff game until 2000. It took you 35 years to win a playoff game. But you get Peyton and Breeze, and I remember, man, go find this clip and you can laugh at me, because when Sean Payton retired at the time, I came on air and I said, the great thing about Peyton is, he spent 15 years building this organization up from the depths, showing it what the view looks like from the mountaintops, how to be successful consistently. And in so doing, even that he's gone, he's built a foundation to where you'll never reach those depths again, and here you are. 4 years later, and you're at as low a point as you can imagine for this organization. So Derek Carr is it's not official that he's done for the year, but Ian Rappaport is reporting shoulder issue, and they're considering surgery, which would end his season and would effectively end his time in New Orleans. So if that happens, then very clearly the Saints are going to add a quarterback in the draft, and very likely a veteran free agent quarterback as well. If you look at the available quarterbacks, I can't see Aaron Rodgers playing for the New Orleans Saints. If he plays another season, it's going to be for a contender that's not New Orleans. Teddy Bridgewater, who's available, could make sense on a one-year deal. Drew Lock, Carson Wentz, Tyler Huntley, C.J. Beathard, some of the guys out there who have been starters before in the league, but none of those are good options. I got it. Here's your glass half full. Derek Carr doesn't play this year, you're probably the worst team in the NFL, and you will probably be picking in the top 3 of next year's draft. And if that's the case, and what is supposed to be a talent-rich quarterback draft, maybe next year you can draft your franchise if you don't do it this year. All right, it's After Further Review. We're here at Don Juan Cigar Bar. Presented in conjunction with Shep Boys Waste Management. We're brought to you by South Point Volkswagen and SouthPointVW.com. New and certified pre-owned in Baton Rouge and online at SouthPointVW.com. That's SouthPointVW.com. Remember, if you're shopping for a new vehicle, start at the website. With South Point Volkswagen, the thing that always with the Volkswagen line is the most appealing to me is the fact that with Volkswagen, you're talking about the safest vehicles on the road. I love the performance, the style, all of it, the great gas mileage, everything that you get with the great German engineering. I love that they're manufactured in the US of A at their Chattanooga, Tennessee plant. But, man, the thing more than anything that stands out for me is I know every time I buckle Drew into his car seat, every time Erica leaves the house in her Volkswagen Atlas, my family's protected in one of the safest vehicles on the road. That gives me so much peace of mind. I know it will for you as well. Louisiana's largest volume Volkswagen dealer is South Point Volkswagen. SouthPointVW.com. South Point Volkswagen. What's your direction? All right, it is after further review. Let me knock out a quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you some final thoughts on LSU and Auburn. We'll get to Ask Us to wrap up the show. Here from Don Juan Cigar Bar in Town Center.
AFR.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
It's not just a game, it's a religion. You've got your team colors, team swag, and now your very own website. LouisianaSports.net. Everything LSU, Saints, and Pelicans. Sports on demand. In-depth coverage by sports writing pros with continuously updated news. And with the LouisianaSports.net newsletter, you get pinged directly with top trending stories. Best of all, now and always, no paywall. It's free. LouisianaSports.net. Powered by 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge. Your home for Louisiana sports.
At Luba Workers' Comp, our journey began over 30 years ago with a simple belief: our clients come first.
At Luba, our business has always been focused on people, not policies.
Through every success and challenge, we've continued to grow because we've stayed true to our values, committed to providing you with genuine dependability.
Because your well-being is more than a priority. It's our purpose.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
Are about 20 minutes away from first pitch. LSU and Auburn, game 1 of their 3-game series there at Plainsman Park. You can hear all 3 games this week on Eagle 98.1. Jay Johnson talked about the Auburn Tigers before the team jetted off to the Plains. Here's what he had to say about this weekend's opponent.
They have a really good group of freshmen, very similarly to we do. You know, really good old middle-of-the-order hitters with Irish and McMurray. I think they're really good on the mound. They use their bullpen really well. They have kind of a hybrid model pitching situation where they have a pitching coach, and then they have Scott Foxhall, who's a long time, SEC caliber pitching coach as a development guy, and Butch by nature or by trade as a pitching coach. So I think they've evaluated well. I think they use those guys well. And their AD, John Cohen, baseball guy. So they're all in.
And they're pretty good. Took 2 out of 3 last weekend from Alabama. It's an interesting Auburn team. They've had some nice series wins. They played Vanderbilt. They played Kentucky. We did run through the starting lineup for tonight's ball game just a bit ago, and Fry is going to be in the starting lineup, as will Josh Pearson in right. Reeves will be at third. So even though you're facing Dutton, who's a righty, you are still going to keep Fry in the lineup at DH instead of going Brown and right and Pearson at DH to load up with lefties. But Jay Johnson did kind of talk about this week Pearson, Brown, and Fry with those 3 guys. And I thought this was a really good anecdote that he had, talking about those 3 guys kind of staying ready despite the platoon situation and really not knowing each day if they're going to be in the lineup card when they show up to the field.
Competitive, coachable, team first attitude, and then the hallmark of it is all come from great families. And so they're not just about themselves. They're all from Louisiana. So playing at LSU really means something to them. So there's a little bit of a root in that. And they all know what they're capable of doing. Like me going to Josh and going, hey, Jake and Ethan are going to start this game. Here's why. Here's what I need you to be ready for. He's not shook. Like I said something to, I think it was Ethan, one of the last games he wasn't in the lineup. And he's like, Coach, you don't even have to explain anything to me. So I think the trust level, coach, player, their confidence, they don't get shook by small or surface level things. And you really have confidence when small things don't bother you. And I said this early in the year, and I'll throw Ashton Larson into this too. It's like what I was going for by setting them up is 1 All-American player out of 2 players and 1 All-Conference player out of 2 players, and we've absolutely gotten that.
And he's right. By the way, Hunt Palmer had a piece up at LouisianaSports.net this week sort of exploring that, kind of that platoon situation and how it has worked, how Jay has said. When you look at basically putting together what amounts to an All-American or All-Conference type player with those couple of guys. And that's true, if you want to put it that way. That's also an unconventional way to go about doing it because, I would argue instead of platooning and having 3 guys trying to, piece together to be one really good player, I would argue go get Braden Montgomery out of the transfer portal. Go get the guy that's the actual All-American player, But you've got to be able to do that in the portal, and you got to be able to afford to do that in the portal. I kind of keep looking at this team though, and what I think is going to continue to reveal itself with this conversation, about those guys in particular that are platooning, is how they continue to do in conference play. So you're 12 games into league play. So after this weekend, you'll be at the halfway point. So when you look at league-only statistics, right, Chris Stanfield is batting .375 against the SEC. Derek Curiel and Luis Hernandez are each at .340. Then Daniel Dickinson is at .302. So for all the question about would Hernandez and Dickinson translate to the SEC, Curiel as a freshman, would he be able to hit SEC pitching? They've emphatically answered that in the first half of conference play. Jones is right on the cusp of 300 at 296 against league opponents, but nobody worries about Jared Jones. He's outstanding. Ethan Fry's at 276. So last week that number was 350. So that average dropped about 75 points from last week. Jake Brown's at 273. Stephen Milam's down at 238. But again, we don't really worry about Milam because we know he's great and will be. And Josh Pearson's all the way down at 212. Tanner Reeves, in his limited opportunities with only 13 at-bats, is hitting 308. Michael Braswell is hitting .304 against conference opponents. So both of your third basemen are hitting over 300. Really what I look at is Fry and Brown are essentially 276, 273, Fry, Brown. Pearson's down at 212. I'm not saying Josh Pearson doesn't have a role. Obviously he does. I mean, he had 2 homers in the game last week. But I do think eventually there's going to be some separation there where things become sort of crystallized. And like for Jay Johnson, it's obvious he's always been very bullish on Ethan Fry and giving him those opportunities, and Fry has stayed. And you just heard what Jay Johnson said. He said, was telling Fry why he went in the line. He's like, Coach, you don't have to tell me. Like, I'm all in. So Fry's a dude that's a team-first dude. He's bought in and physically looks the part of a big leaguer. If all the things of his physical ability come together, he can be that. And he's hitting 276 in league play. Another conference weekend. Let's reassess after this weekend what that looks like. You'll be at the halfway point. You'll know what these guys have looked like in conference play. So it's going to be pretty telling. But I think it's a big statement by Jay Johnson, leaving Ethan Fry in the lineup tonight as a righty against the right-handed throwing Sam Dutton. But then again, they also have a lot of information on Dutton and how these guys, these returning guys, fared against Sam Dutton in inter-squads and scrimmages and things that they've done over the past several years that he was in Baton Rouge for the 3 years that Jay Johnson coached him. So a familiar face on the bump opposite LSU tonight, and Sam Dutton, who's got a 2.66 ERA and is a 4-2 on the season as Auburn's Friday night guy. But, boy, he's up against it going against Cade Anderson, who is a 6-0 and has just been absolutely spectacular. Anderson has got a 3.51 ERA in conference-only games. So it'll be a lot of fun to see how this one plays out with LSU and Auburn, a 3-game series there on the Plains. I do like LSU because they have such a decided advantage in starting pitching. I do like LSU to find a way to take 2 out of 3 in this series. So here's hoping it goes that way. They get a good start tonight from Anderson. The bats show up against Sam Dutton, and the Tigers get off to a good start, and then you figure out a way to scratch out one of your next 2 and get out of there still pacing toward ahead of pace, actually, for 20-10 in league play. All right, y'all, it is After Further Review from Don Juan Cigar Bar. We're coming down the home stretch, our final segment when we come back. Remember about Evermore. If you're with us here, you'll notice I got a big 64-ounce bottle of Evermore on the set with me. If you're watching, been sipping on that throughout the show today. Always have my Evermore with me. It's a better form of hydration. It's a healthier alternative for your family. If you're an athlete, you're hydrating after a workout or staying hydrated, or you just want a healthier option than what tap water does. I mean, do your research and look into tap water against spring water. And this is natural artesian water from an artesian well on the North Shore of Louisiana, of Lake Pontchartrain, right there in Covington. They built the bottling facility around the well. When you pull into the facility right there on the left, you'll see the well right there. They pipe out of it. It doesn't touch air until you uncap it. So you're drinking a truly natural product. It is Evermore. Available at great local retailers, and, of course, you can buy online at evermore.com. EVAMOR, evermore.com. Okay, y'all, it is After Further Review. We'll knock out our final break of the show. We'll come back here from Don Juan Cigar Bar to put a button on it. If you want to get questions in, you can do it. Email us, tweet us, or text us for Ask Us as we wrap up a Friday edition of AFR next.
AFR.
All right, y'all, we're heading into the weekend, and we're heading into spring and then ultimately summer. Temperatures are warming up at 77 degrees right now. Spring's here, and before you know it, it's going to be pool season. If you are dreaming about getting home from work on a weekday and going and taking a dip in your own pool in your backyard, maybe spending those summer Saturdays on a raft, lounging by or in your pool, maybe with a TV outdoor in your outdoor kitchen. You want that life when you enjoy your outdoor space. You build your own beautiful outdoor oasis. You need Duplessis Builders. Listen, there's a lot of pool companies in this town, a lot of pool companies everywhere. And there's a lot of people that put pretty pools and pictures on their Instagram. And that's true. There's a lot of people who are creative and build beautiful pools. But what about the bones? Is it going to last? At Duplessis Builders, they offer a 10-year workmanship warranty because their pools are built to last. You can find out about their whole process at their website. Go to duplessisbuilders.net, hit the Your Book tab at the top. You'll see their process of building a pool. Or if you're getting bids, ask another company why they don't offer a 10-year workmanship warranty. Result may surprise you. It's duplessisbuilders.net, duplessisbuilders.net.
At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram be your trusted partners in finding your perfect vehicle. The crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Family-owned and community-driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111, your law firm for a lifetime. At Bayou Automotive, we believe in a sales process that puts you first. We want you to experience an easy purchase with clear pricing and great service. Let Bayou Ford and Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep.
After further review with Matt Moscona, presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar.
All right, down the stretch we come. Final segment here on this Friday edition of AFR. We are presented by Lee Michaels Fine Jewelry, LMFJ.com, LMFJ.com. Gents, if you're thinking of popping the question, great time to get on by Lee Michaels this weekend to go shop. You'll always get the Lee Michaels experience, 9 locations in all, 2 in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, online at LMFJ.com. You will never, ever find a man-made or lab diamond. Always the finest diamonds, natural diamonds from the finest diamond mines in the world. That's what you'll get at Lee Michaels Fine Jewelry. LMFJ.com for Lee Michaels Fine Jewelry. All right, we got about 60 seconds to go. If you want to jump aboard with us, I apologize. We're just very short on time here. We kind of got thrown a monkey wrench there with the Derek Carr news, but we'll have everything. If you missed all of it, any of it, you can get it all on demand. Scott asked the question, Matt, this may be a stupid question, but if Derek Carr can't play in 2025, does he still get the guaranteed portion of his contract? Yes. That is the nature of the guaranteed portion of a contract in the NFL. Like in Major League Baseball, contracts are completely guaranteed, all of them. In the NFL, they're not all guaranteed except for the part that does become fully guaranteed. That money counts against your cap. There's also the cash value of it as well. So, yes, that's the danger of doing bad contracts, is because the guaranteed part of a bad contract still counts against the salary cap. And for the New Orleans Saints, Derek Carr, after his restructure, will count $20 million against the salary cap this year, even if he doesn't take a snap. So we'll take this weekend and see what all comes of it, if we can get any more news from the New Orleans Saints and answers about what's happened here with Derek Carr. But my goodness, what a mess for an organization that certainly has been messy of late. Hey, Muse and Taylor back in studio. Thanks. Alondra on site. Appreciate you. We'll see you all Monday at 3.
AFR. are.
At Luba Workers Comp, our journey began over 30 years ago with a simple belief. Our clients come first.
At Luba, our business has always been focused on people, not policies.
Through every success and challenge, we've continued to grow because we've stayed true to our values, committed to providing you with genuine dependability.
Because your well-being is more than a priority. It's our purpose.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.